Good morning. We start this morning with the Public Image Awards. Public image is not what we think about ourselves, but what the community around us thinks of us as an organization. And we've had these public image champions and advocates from across different districts of the country, and we'd like to recognize them this morning. So to start, we'll start with Zone 4, but before that, may I request President Stephanie to be escorted on the stage along with Director Anirudh and Director Raju Subramanian. So may I now request Arpik Kishore to announce the awards for Zone 4.
Awards for Zone 4. On behalf of Arpik Pinky Patel, we have the pleasure of inviting IPDG Nihir Dave from District 3060 to come on to the dais to receive the award, please, through the hands of our International President and both the directors. I also request Dr. Nirmal Kunawat, District 3056, to be ready to receive the next award. Anyone from District 3056 on behalf of IPDG Nirmal Kunawat, please. May I have the pleasure of inviting IPDG Ghanshyam Kansal, District 3090, to come on to the dais. Yeah, please, Ghanshyam ji. Next, it is IPDG Jitendra Jain, District 3011, to be readily available. I'm sorry, it is Jitendra Gupta, IPDG 3011. I once again call upon Dr. Nirmal Kunawat, IPDG 3056, or in his absence, any of the RA officers from that district. Thank you. With this, we have come to an end of Zone 5, 4 awards. Now I request Pinky Patel to come here.
Good morning. I invite IPDG Asha Venugopal from the RI District 3030. Congratulations, Asha ji. Please give a big hand to her. You had your breakfast. Next, I invite IPDG Nilesh Kumar Agarwal, RI District 3240. Congratulations, Nilesh ji. I invite IPDG Radhendra Prasad Doju from RI District 3292. Congratulations, Rajendra ji. I invite IPDG Manjit Singh Arora from RI District 3261. Congratulations, Manjit ji. I invite IPDG Jayashree Mohanty, RI District 3262. Congratulations, Jayashree. I invite IPDG Sunil Bansal from RI District 3120. Anyone from District 3120 can come on the stage to collect if he is not there. I invite IPDG Hiralal Yadav from RI District 3291. Congratulations, Hiraji. It's yours. Congratulations to all the winners, and I invite our 5-6. Okay, wait.
Can I ask immediate past Governor Nirmal Kunawat to come here up on stage? Now we move on to Zone 7. Zone 5, I think Arpik Ramesh Babu is unwell and he's not here. So we'll do those awards later. Public Image Champion Award goes to 3020 Ravuri Subba Rao. Anyone from 3020? Moving on, District 3131, Manju Farke. Manju, are you there? And moving on, 3192, Srinivas Murthy. Three one three nine two. 3181 HR Keshav. 3181. Uday Kumar. Next is 3160 Manik Power. 3160, anyone there? So we move on to 3131 Swati Herkel. 3132. Swati, are you there? And the last award for this morning, 3182 BC Geetha. 3182. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very hearty congratulations to the entire public image team for making, enhancing public image and making and creating a brand identity that is Rotary, service above self across. And with this, we are already ready for a beautiful moment coming on stage, marking the opening and making our desires to be a true Rotarian with a combination of a ghazal and a dance. Coming up is Ashna Sherin, Anne of Rotary, KOCHI United. Okay, so there are a couple of more to be announced. So may I call upon Ashok Kumar Gupta, District Governor 2324, District 3110. Anyone from that district in the audience? May please join us on stage. And then we have Sunil Bansal, District Governor 2324, District 3120 to join us on stage. May I also call upon District Governor Jitendra Gupta, District Governor 2324 from District 3011 to come on stage to receive the award. And I call upon Manik S. Pawar, District Governor 2324, District 3160 to join us on stage. No. So coming back to the prelude that I had set in, it is time for us to invite Ashna Sharon, Anne of Rotary Club, KOCHI United. She started at the age of 5. She is a renowned ghazal singer. She is the grand jury of Z Keralam's Saregamapa Season 2. Recently, she released an album which was a tribute to her late mother. Please put your hands together for Ashna Sharin taking us through magical, momentous, memorizing moments on stage to begin our session for the day.
And she's going to present the very well-known Ek Baar Dekh Lijiye from Hira Mandi.
Check.
बना दे so much.
May I request Rotary International Director and Convener, Rotary Institute 2024, Anirudh Chaudhary, and Co-Chair, past District Governor, Madhavji, to kindly escort President Stephanie to the stage to thank and recognize the super talented Rotarian Ashna with a memento, please. May we request Ashna to come on stage, please? Can we have Ashna with us? Wonderful performance from Ashna. Can we have a loud round of applause, please? Friends, we move on to the first plenary of the morning, and for this, may I welcome on stage past District Governor Madhav Chandran, Institute Co-Chair, Rotary Institute 2024. We invite on stage Rotary International Director Rhonda Beth Stubbs and Treasurer Rotary International, Director and Treasurer Rotary International Director Rhonda Beth Stubbs. And to do the honors later with gratitude and mementos, past District Governor Kiran Lal Shrestha. Would you join us up on stage, please? And it's over to the session chair, past District Governor Madhav Chandran.
President Stephanie, Convener Director
PDG R. Madhav Chandran, Co-Chair Rotary Institute 2024, a computer science engineer turned management wizard. PDG Madhav Chandran has over 3 decades of industry expertise. He has founded 4 highly successful IT companies, setting benchmarks in the domain. As District Governor of 3201, in 2019-20, he spearheaded an incredible 47 global grant project, including Kerala's first ever human milk bank and a chain of dialysis centers across Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Renowned for his transformative coaching, PDG Madhav has twice been an RI learning facilitator at the International Assembly and the lead facilitator at Evanston's Global Philanthropy Seminar. Currently, he holds prestigious roles at Rotary, a member of Joint Committee of Learning Endowments and Major Gifts Advisor for Zone 5, and a co-chair of this KOCHI Institute. PDG Madhav Chandran, a leader shaping lives and legacies.
Thank you, President beloved Stephanie, Convener Director Anirudh Dada, Keynote Speaker of this session, Director Beth Stubbs, all other senior leaders and friends, a very good morning to each one of you. It gives me immense pleasure and pride to stand before this august gathering of Rotary leadership and welcome you to this 11th plenary session, Share Rotary, Serve People. For the past 3 days, we have been together to remind ourselves to celebrate the power of sharing our Rotary story, its values and passion with each others. And as co-chair, let me thank you all for the wonderful support, cooperation and understanding in making Rotary KOCHI Institute 2024 a stupendous success this far. As Rotarians, we know that our organization is more than just a club. It's a global community of change makers, united by our commitment to service above self. By sharing Rotary with others, we not only grow our membership, but also amplify our impact, expand our reach, and create more opportunities to serve. We are always excited to be together and to add even more partners to increase the impact of whatever we do. Rotary CSR project relationships with corporate companies is a real example in India on how well we can share Rotary with like-minded companies and individuals to serve people in bolder, bigger, and more impactful ways. As we navigate the ever-changing landscape of global philanthropy by sharing, expanding our reach, and enhancing our impact, it's quite essential that we stay informed and proactive in our financial planning. Be it the transparency, integrity, or simply financial discipline and accountability in planning, execution, and follow-up of what all we do, it's important to stay clean and clear in all that we do and also make that loud and evident to all those who matter. Over the next 20 minutes, we'll explore innovative ways to share the Rotary story and invite others to join us in our mission to create a positive change in the world, yet stay accountable to all stakeholders in our ecosystem. I would like to extend a special welcome to our current director and RI treasurer, Rhonda Beth Steps, who will lead us through this session. And Beth's expertise as a certified public accountant has been invaluable to our organization, and her insights will be quite helpful and meaningful for the context that we have at hand. This session will also provide a platform for us to discuss, learn, and align our efforts to ensure the right forecasting, planning, execution, and stewardship of our activities, and in turn, the long-term sustainability of our organization. I also extend a warm welcome to PDG Kiranlal Shesta, who is part of this session. So let's get started. But before we invite Director Treasurer Beth to address us, let us now have an audiovisual introduction of Beth. AV, please.
Rhonda Beth Stubbs. Beth Stubbs, a certified public accountant, joined Rotary in 1991. Inspired by her early exposure to Rotary, she has served in various capacities, including district chair for finance and foundation committees. She has participated in national immunization days in India, facilitated club projects in Mexico, and helped her district raise $1.3 million for polio eradication. She has also played a pivotal role in establishing a thriving satellite club. Beyond Rotary, Stubbs has served on non-profit boards and remains active in her community. Along with her husband Tony, she is an Arch Clumb Society member, demonstrating her unwavering commitment to the Rotary Foundation. Her dedication to service and Rotary's mission makes her an invaluable leader in advancing Rotary's global impact.
Friends, put your hands to welcome Treasurer Beth Stubbs to address us.
Thank you, my friend. Good to see you. Good morning, family of Rotary. How are you this morning? Are you awake? Ready for exciting financial information? Yes? Yes? Okay, you want this over as soon as possible, I know. But first I have to say a few words about my connection to India and to the love that I have received from many of you the last few days and my other trip here in 2009. First, I want to thank my hosts, Raju Subramanian and Anna Ruda, for inviting me here and allowing me to be with all of you, my friends in India, who, if you don't know, I started out in Rotary with President Sabu being very close to when I joined Rotary. He was the president. And I was amazed that we had a president of the organization that I joined in Maryville, Tennessee, and he was from India. I thought that was fantastic. I had no idea I was joining a global organization that day, but I soon found out it was. But thank you for inviting me here, and I want to thank several other people. My aide, Jayashree, where are you? Thank you, my love, for all the kindnesses you have shown me, and Tony, she has taken very good care of me. And I want to thank Stephanie for her patience in listening to all the sessions. We've listened to all the sessions, haven't we, Stephanie? And they have been wonderful. This has been a great experience for me. I have to also mention that there are a few other people that I have been working with and acquainted with from India who might be here. Is Jawahar here? Jawahar, are you here? I saw him last night on the dance floor, but he might be sleeping in this morning. Sheikh Salim, I hosted Sheikh, stand up, wave, and a GSE team 15 years ago. Good to see you again, my friend. It's been 15 long years. But we had a great time when he stayed with us for a week. It was wonderful. Thank you for being here. Manpreet, are you here? Manpreet was one of the people from Sabu's club who hosted me when I came here in 2009 for a National Immunization Day. So from the very beginning, I have felt a connection to India. I had no idea that when Sabu was president of our organization, that 19 years later, I would go to his club and be hosted for a National Immunization Day. Had no idea, but there it was, that connection. All four of your presidents, past presidents, I've had a connection to. So there was Sabu. Kalyan Banerjee has actually been to my house in Tennessee. And he came there because he came to visit past President Jim Lacey, who just lives an hour and a half from me. We went there and picked him up and brought him to Knoxville so that he could then meet with Bill Sargent. Bill Sargent, does anybody know who Bill Sargent is? 12 years on the International Polio Plus Committee, Bill Sargent. So Kalyan was there visiting. He had Benita with him. I got to learn about how they met, about going to the guru to inquire about their marriage possibilities. I got to hear all that about Kalyan. And then Ravi Ravindran was my president the year I was district governor. So I had everyone in my district learn his name and repeat it when I went to their club meeting, because if you don't know it, you can be in Rotary for years and never know who the president of Rotary. I'm sorry, Stephanie, but people don't pay attention. If they don't read the magazine and they don't pay attention, then they can not know who the president is. I'm sorry to say, but I wanted them to know that he was the president. And so, lastly, I've got to make sure I get all my names. Shaker Mehta came to Tennessee, where Tony and I are from, for one of the clubs who was celebrating their 100th year of being in Rotary. And so all your presidents have been connected to me in some way or another in Tennessee. Isn't that wonderful? It's such a small world. Such a global organization, and it's just lovely. So I think I've mentioned everyone who's been just particularly special to me up to this point. So I want to say just a few things about the trip that I made to India in 2009. This trip really changed my life, the trip to India. And so I want you to know that I have been, and still am, a huge proponent of our annual fund. I have been, and always will be, a proponent of our Polio Plus effort, but they assigned me the job of being the annual fund chair. So you can see that I had that job, I needed to do that promotion, but when I came to India, my opinion changed of where I needed to have emphasis. I had never seen someone crawl on the ground who had polio. In fact, in the United States, we have very few post-polio survivors that we're all aware of. So to actually see the devastation that polio creates was just an incredibly moving experience for me. The dedication by the people of India to care for the people with polio in the charity hospitals was, I can't explain to you how that made me feel. In our country, hospital care is quite different. And so the idea that someone brought their child to the hospital and dropped them off and walked many miles back to their home and left the child in the care of the healthcare providers was very strange to me, because we stay with our children when they're in the hospital, but that's because we are people of privilege and we can do that. So it was, and I have to say that another thing that was extremely moving to me was volunteering in the slums. I won't say I worked, because I didn't work while I was here. I just followed doctors around. But to be in those situations with people who were just striving to find a meal that day, but they were willing to give it to me, that I had never experienced as well. And so this experience of coming to India and being with the people who have so much less than we have in the United States made me want to give more to our Rotary Foundation and to the polio effort. And I hope that you will never give up. I know we just lack just a little bit. And when I was here in 2009, you had not eradicated polio. And so the questions that were asked to us were, do you think we're doing a good job? And my answer was, you're doing an incredible job. I learned about surveillance. I had no idea how surveillance was taking place to every single case of polio. I had no idea about that. And then the other thing that was amazing to me was they wanted to know what I thought. And I thought, what can I contribute to this conversation that has been your lifelong ambition? But the only thing I could say was, don't give up. Keep pushing on. Keep doing what you're doing, and let's get rid of this thing. And you did in 3 years' time. It was incredible. I would have never believed it. There were so many cases then. I would have never believed it. But I was incredibly happy for you when that happened. It's just a wonderful moment. So I want to tell you lastly, my connection in my district, all my connections to the world of polio. So some of you may know all the history about polio, but do you know that there was a single 3H grant that was to eradicate polio in the Philippines? That person who did that grant was from my district, James Bomar, who went on to become president of Rotary International and also promoted the polio, taking on the polio effort. The second person from my district who has been an incredible force for polio is past Rotary International President Jim Lacey, who just passed away. He served on the International Polio Committee for many years. He was instrumental in lobbying the United States government. If you don't know it, the United States government gives more money to the polio effort than any organization. And so he helped make that happen, and I think that will always continue. Bill Sargent was from my district. He was vice president of Rotary International and also on the International Polio Committee for 12 years. And lastly, most of you have probably heard this name, John Germ. Anybody heard of John Germ? Past president of Rotary International, past chairman of the trustees, and the person who led that first $200 million challenge when they announced that at the convention about the $200 million challenge that we had raised as an organization $287 million. That was John Germ. He's still raising money for polio. And so our district in Tennessee, 17,000 miles from here, Raju, is working on polio, I hope, as hard as you are, to keep it away from us and to keep it away from any children of the world. So with that, I hope you understand my connections to Rotary and the people of India and the polio effort. And can we play this boring video about the 5-year forecast now? Please. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Beth Stubbs. I'm the 24-25 Rotary International Treasurer, and with me is Julie Burke, our Chief Financial Officer. We're here today to discuss the financial health of Rotary and share the 5-year forecast.
We'd like to begin with a little background on Rotary International and how we develop our budget. While our operations headquarters are in Evanston, Illinois, we have 6 international offices and support 1.4 million members in over 46,000 clubs. We operate in over 200 countries and territories, 8 official languages, and 27 currencies, with over 160 bank accounts in financial institutions globally.
Our bylaws require a balanced budget each year. So Rotary International staff prepare a zero-based budget that aligns with our strategic initiatives. This means that our expenses must equal our revenues. The Finance Committee reviews key assumptions, which are variables and predictions staff use to develop the budget. The budget details are also reviewed and used to make recommendations to the Board of Directors. The Board then evaluates the budget against the organization's overall goals, considering strategic investments and financial performance. And that is how Rotary develops its budget.
Let's look at our budget for the upcoming year. Rotary has 3 types of revenue: membership dues, investment earnings, and a segment we call services and other. Investment earnings represent 3% of our revenue and are not predictable due to capital market fluctuations. Services and other represents 29% of revenue and includes activities that also have associated expenses, like the International Convention and the Council on Legislation, for example. Rotary leaders and professional staff look for opportunities to increase revenues, reduce expenses, and find ways to invest in our members.
One such investment is in growing Rotary. Membership dues represent 68% of Rotary's revenue and are the primary source for funding our operational costs. Increasing our membership while retaining and engaging our current members also increases our ability to tackle the most persistent problems in our communities and is important to our organization's long-term success. So we're investing in the development of membership campaigns to welcome more members into Rotary. We're also working with clubs to enhance the membership experience so members see the value of being a Rotarian or Rotaractor. In addition, we're helping fund 2 pilot programs, one in Zone 8, which includes Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific Islands, and the other in Great Britain and Ireland. Members in these regions are trying to address their most pressing challenges in new and innovative ways. Our hope is that these pilot programs will be successful and provide strategies that can be used in other parts of the world. But you don't need to be a part of a pilot program to try something new. Clubs, districts, and zones are welcome to explore new ways to address their members and their community's needs.
That's a great point, Beth. Turning to Rotary's operating costs, there are 3 key categories. The first are expenses that directly support members. 59% of Rotary International dues fund such things as learning opportunities, district leadership development, and club and district assistance. Then there are expenses that support Rotary's public image. 19% of Rotary International dues support things like the Brand Center, which provides members with resources they need to increase awareness of Rotary in their communities. Finally, there are the expenses that cover necessary administration costs and compliance obligations, like technology, accounting, and legal support. This accounts for 22% of Rotary International dues.
In addition to developing a balanced budget, we also create a 5-year forecast. This allows us to think about what our financial future may look like based on what we know now. Forecasting ensures that the financial decisions we make today support our future growth and sustainability. Just like in the budget, there are several key assumptions to developing the 5-year forecast, such as membership levels, membership dues, the investment earning rate, and the inflation rate. The 2022 Council on Legislation set Rotary International membership dues through Rotary year 2026, and the dues for subsequent years will be determined by the 2025 Council on Legislation. The membership level assumptions are based on historic trends and result in forecasting fewer members in future years. While the trends indicate fewer members over the 5-year period, we are very focused on growing membership, both from the perspective of welcoming new members to the retaining existing members.
Increasing our membership is vital, but so is giving our members a reason to stay. In a typical year, we welcome around 150,000 new members into our Rotary clubs. Unfortunately, we lose a similar number each year. By welcoming more people of action into our organization, we are better equipped to address the needs of our communities worldwide, while also enriching the lives of our valued members. Dues are a means of delivering greater value to our members so they can have the experience and make the impact they want. Inflation also factors into the 5-year forecast. Though inflation rates have been decreasing recently, the higher inflation over the past several years resulted in increased expenses. This made for some tough decisions to reduce costs and develop a balanced budget.
Here's what we project Rotary's financial picture to look like over the next 5 years. Rotary year 2025 is the base year, and the assumptions are applied to future years. As you can see in the surplus and deficit chart on the left, revenues are higher than expenses until fiscal year 27, when our expenses become higher than our revenues. We are projecting a balanced budget in fiscal years 25 and 26 and deficits in fiscal years 27 through 29. As noted earlier, there is no membership dues increase assumed for fiscal years 27 through 29, as that will be determined by the 2025 Council on Legislation. We will need to balance the budget when it comes time to budget for fiscal years 27 through 29.
The graph on the right represents our reserve projections. The orange bars reflect our forecasted reserve levels, while the red data points reflect the board reserve target. The forecasted reserve levels are above the reserve target in fiscal years 24 through 28, and then projected to be below the reserve target in fiscal 29. However, keep in mind the dues levels for future periods are yet to be determined. I also want to point out that the fiscal year 25 includes board decisions to use reserves to fund strategic initiatives like Zone 8 and Great Britain and Ireland regionalization pilot mentioned earlier, as well as funding polio eradication efforts.
Rotary's financial health is strong. We continue to serve as good stewards of the organization's finances, which allows Rotary International to support its members and provide you with the resources and tools you need to serve your clubs and communities. Our membership initiatives are a key priority. To aid in that, our information technology and participant experience areas are implementing a comprehensive data strategy, gathering and providing the information that Rotary International and our clubs need to create even more personalized experiences for our members. We also continue to focus on the people-centered aspect of our infrastructure, the user interface and member experience. For example, upgrading Rotary Club Central so that Rotaractors also have the tools to set goals and plan for their future. We are also strengthening our youth protection policies and training so young leaders are safe and protected while participating in our programs. And hopefully they will see the value of involvement with Rotary, thus ensuring Rotary's future and extending our ability to do good in the world.
If you'd like more information about Rotary's finances, our annual report and audited financial statements are available at rotary.org/financials. On behalf of Beth and myself, we'd like to thank you for your time and dedication to Rotary.
Thank you so much, Director Treasurer Beth, for that very free-flowing and eloquent address where you narrated the personal connect you have with India and the Polio Plus project. Now, to propose a formal vote of thanks, let me invite Past District Governor Kiranlal Shrestha. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madhavan. Good morning. You have heard a great delivery from our treasurer, Beth Stops. We are very secured. We don't have to worry. And we are looking ahead. We are here to improve our legacy of Rotary. Hope the forecast is 100% accurate, and we'll do more to improve our Rotary. It is my privilege to express gratitude to RI Treasurer and RID, Bert Stubbs. A true Rotarian, since last age of 8 years, who frequenting Rotary Club's meeting with his father. She has served various posts of Rotary International, and most amazing thing, she has collected $1.3 million for polio eradication. And the project she has done is small but mighty project with her Mark Valley clubs of bagging, of delivering food for school children. She has worked very hard in polio and other areas. She is well experienced, and her guidance will lead us to make a Rotary into next level. May I request DG Madhav Chandran will hand over the members to RID bed stops. May I request RID Anidurai at the stage with Madam Silpa. And also Chair John Daniel over here. Finally, it gives me great pleasure to hand over the memento to Session Chair, DG Madhav Chandran.
With that, we declare this session as closed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, District Governor Madhav. The next plenary is Look Beyond Yourself, General, and we are indeed happy to have with us the member of Lok Sabha parliamentarian Shashi Tharoor as the keynote speaker. But may I welcome on stage the session chair, past Rotary International Director A.S. Venkatesh, to the dais, please.
May I also request PDG Raj Mohan Nair to join us on stage. And while you all walk, may I request both of you to escort our speaker for the day, Shashi Tharoor, member of Lok Sabha, Republic, India, to join us on stage.
Pastor, okay. Rotarian A.S. Venkatesh is on stage. We see the Honorable Shashi Tharoor coming up on stage, member of Lok Sabha, and of course accompanied by past District Governor Raj Mohan Nair.
2021-23 is an alumnus of IIT Madras and IIM Ahmedabad. He leads a civil construction organization with over 1,400 employees. A member of Rotary Club of Chennai, Mambalam, he became its president in 2001-2002 and served as the youngest district governor of RI District 3230 in 2007-8. As Rotary coordinator for Zone 5 from 2010 to 13, he brought global recognition to his work. He has trained DGEs at San Diego, addressed 50+ PELs, and represented Rotary at international conventions and councils, including the 2016 Council on Legislation. A Level 3 major donor to the Rotary Foundation, he exemplifies Rotary's spirit of giving. An avid bridge player and a travel enthusiast, he shares his life of service and adventure with his wife Vinita. Also an IIM Ahmedabad alumna, and their 2 daughters.
Friends in Rotary and friends of Rotary, good morning. I know I'm privileged and I know there are quite a few here who would like to be seated next to Dr. Tharoor in my place. I'm sorry I'm not going to vacate this seat anytime soon. It's our privilege to have our esteemed guest, a 4-time Member of Parliament, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Let's give him a big round of applause. We would, of course, be having a formal introduction video going around, but before that, I want to say a man who spent over 3 decades as an international diplomat, serving as Under-Secretary of the United Nations, and in 2006, if I recall right, he almost became the Secretary General of the United Nations instead of Ban Ki-moon, if I recall right. An avid cricket enthusiast. Some of you may be surprised to know that a few minutes I spent with him prior to coming on stage, we did discuss the score of India-Australia Test match.
Very sad news, alas.
So I don't want to get into those details because that will depress all of us, given the situation that India is in the current Test match. An author of over 25 books. And even to write one book is very difficult. Here is a man who has authored over 25 books. And if I tell you this, he was a doctorate, completed his doctorate, PhD, at the age of, you will never be able to guess this, at the age of 22, he was Dr. Shashi Tharoor. 22. So that's the kind of personality we have amidst us this morning. I will be having a brief conversation with him after his audiovisual introduction. Can we have his AV intro, please?
Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament, author and public intellectual. Dr. Shashi Tharoor is a renowned figure in Indian public life, recognized for his significant contribution to both politics and literature. As a seasoned parliamentarian representing Thiruvananthapuram, he has held key ministerial positions, including Minister of State for External Affairs and Human Resource Development. Prior to his political career, Dr. Shashi Tharoor had a distinguished 29-year tenure at the United Nations that saw him rise to Under-Secretary General under Kofi Annan with a historical nomination for Secretary General in 2006. A prolific writer, Dr. Shashi Tharoor has authored over 25 books, including the acclaimed An Era of Darkness, which was honored with the prestigious Sahitya Academy Award. His literary works have earned him international recognition with awards such as Spain's Encomiendas, the Carlos III, and France Chevalier de Leon d'Honneur. Dr. Shashi Tharoor is known for his innovative approach in politics, particularly his use of social media to engage with public. He is a strong advocate for the idea of India, promoting unity, diversity, and progress.
Well, he also has about 8.5 million followers on Twitter. Are you one of those 8.5 million? I'm sure several of you are. One thing that was not mentioned, which even he may not be aware of, he's a good teacher. He has taught a lot of Indians good English. And particularly words with more than 4 syllables in it. Anything less than that, it's not for Dr. Tharoor to talk about.
I represent a constituency with a name in 7 syllables, so what can you expect?
Well, that takes me to the first question I want to ask you, Dr. Tharoor. Are you a little upset that your parents chose a first name which had only 2 syllables, Shashi?
Actually, I didn't particularly like the name Shashi because in so many places it got mixed up in terms of gender. Now, my parents pointed out it's a masculine noun in Sanskrit,
And it represents, of course, the crescent moon on Shiva's forehead. So my father was Chandrasekhar himself, Chandran as he was called. And so I was named for him and indirectly for Lord Shiva. So they said you shouldn't be upset. And I fully get the logic of that. But nonetheless, I spent 29 years at the United Nations with secretaries giggling when I announced in a deep baritone that Shashi was on the phone. So it does tend to be sometimes something of a handicap. But anyway, at the end of school, when I had to decide what moniker I was going to be saddled with in every form I filled for the rest of my life, I did stick to Shashi, and I had the alternatives of my two middle names, which I dropped. So instead, I just stuck to Shashi, and here I am. At least I thought I had the merit of being the only Shashi Tharoor on the planet, except that somebody else is masquerading as me on social media. There's a shashitharoor@gmail.com who is not me. So if anyone thinks I'm writing to that address, you'll reach me. You won't. It's some fake. And so on and so forth. So there are some risks nonetheless in being, even having an unusual name.
If only you had known that you were going to represent Thiruvananthapuram later in life, maybe you would have preferred a name like Padmanabha Swami.
Thiruvananthapuram is full of Padmanabha Swamis. In fact, one of my staff who's here today at this event, his son is called Ananta Padmanabhan, just after the... So it's a very popular name there. Just as well that I stick out.
Just
like
as well that.
Proverbial sore thumb. Yeah.
Wonderful. On that note,
on the other hand, Vishnu would have been an acceptable alternative, because it's Vishnu lying on Ananta that,
a reclining Vishnu.
That's
Vishnu,
right.
Yeah. So you have been a career diplomat for most part of your life, spending 30 years at the 30 or more years at the United Nations. And then you made a switch to Indian politics. How do you compare these two, your career at the United Nations and your now role as a politician in India? How do you compare these two?
There's no real comparison, right? They're two completely dissimilar professions. I think perhaps there's a certain amount of dissimulation in both. That is that people don't always say what they mean or mean what they say. I think that would be the first and perhaps the only point in common. In diplomacy, there are certain standards of conduct. There's a certain level of, shall we say very bluntly, integrity that is often missing in our politics. And at the same time, there is a desire to please, which should be there in politics and is sometimes there, but is, shall we say, that desire to please is always sort of deceptively worn around a mask of civility, of politeness, of courtesy. I've often joked that, a diplomat is somebody who can tell you to go to hell and make you look forward to the trip. There's always this way of trying to put across even unpalatable information in politics has none of that. The other thing about Indian politics is the challenges are very different from those of other democracies. First of all, we have a parliamentary system which is in many ways grossly unsuited to our culture and our people's conduct and expectations. Our people vote for individuals rather than for ideologies or parties. And the second challenge is that the politicians themselves, for the largest part, seem to be rather bereft of ideology or conviction. They are there because they see many of these parties as vehicles to come to power, and that's essentially what they're interested in. So there are some challenges which are specifically unique to us. The absurdly low spending limits on elections, which are violated routinely so that every elected parliamentarian begins with a lie about his expense accounts. All of these things are not particularly attractive features of our political life. But on the other hand, in a democracy, what better way is there to make a difference to your people? Where you can go out and seek their approval for what you stand for, appeal to them, do them enough, provide enough services that they keep sending you back to your responsibilities. And therefore, ultimately, since the one goal I had in life, whether it was at the UN or through my writing or in politics, has been to try and make a difference for people, that's what keeps me going.
Making a difference is what Rotarians try to do most of the time. You yourself mentioned that these two are diverse, very different fields to be in. If I may ask, of all the things that you learned as a diplomat, which were the things that you needed to unlearn to get into politics?
You've got me there. I mean, to some degree, I think in diplomacy, when one chose one's words, one was reasonably sure that the person one was talking to would understand what you meant, or at least what you were trying to convey, which may not be what you mean, but it is what you're trying to convey. In politics, the lesson I learned very quickly in my first few months was the truth of Shakespeare's old line that the success of a jest lies not in the tongue of the teller, but in the ear of the hearer. It almost doesn't matter what you intend to convey. All that matters in politics is what people believe they heard, or are made to believe they heard. And therefore, you have to actually second-guess yourself a lot in politics to ensure that anything you say in all innocence and sincerity may not be twisted in such a way as to do you a great deal of damage politically. And I went through a lot of that in my first year in politics and have learned very hard that it's not enough to choose your words wisely as you think you have. It doesn't matter how well you've expressed your thought. I mean, give you one famous example, or a notorious example, was when I accompanied Prime Minister Manmohan Singh to Saudi Arabia as a minister, and I mentioned in an interview that Saudi Arabia was a very valuable interlocutor. Now, interlocutor is standard UN diplomatic language for the person you're speaking to. Right now, you're my interlocutor, I'm your interlocutor. That's all I meant. But the media maliciously twisted that comment into saying that I was upending decades of Indian foreign policy and making Saudi Arabia an intermediary, which is not at all what I had either intended to say or meant or what the word means. But it suddenly became a major controversy that completely overshadowed the Prime Minister's visit. So, I mean, it's that kind of thing. I said the right thing, but it was successfully twisted into the wrong thing. And therefore, in politics, you have to be very, very careful. And in our country, all the more so because ours is a multilingual polity, and people can say things that make sense in one language and sound awful in translation.
Now, are you saying this as a diplomat or as a politician?
As a human being who's had more than his fair share of getting these things wrong.
No, I wanted to know if I have to second guess what you're trying to say.
No, you don't have to. I'm telling you the truth.
Now, Dr. Tharoor, on a more serious note, you have been with the United Nations for quite a long time. How relevant is the United Nations today in a largely unipolar world? How relevant is it?
You see, the thing is, it depends on which lens you're looking at the UN through. If you're looking at the UN purely from the famous original purpose of bringing peace and security around the world, clearly the very persistence of the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Gaza conflict make the UN look helpless and indeed almost impotent. But if you look at the UN through the broader lens of all that it does in the world, it's making an enormous amount of difference in setting the agenda and a whole number of other issues. In fact, many of the major issues facing the planet today are issues that first came to the fore through UN conferences, and the agenda-setting role of the UN has been remarkable. For example, on environment, going back to the very first environment conference in Stockholm way back in 1971 and carrying on through Rio and all the COPs thereafter, all that's under UN auspices. Whether you're looking at the world's awareness of climate change, it's come entirely through UN efforts at the beginning. Whether you're looking at the urbanization problems facing so many cities around the world. Whether you're looking at issues of aging. And if you look at historic issues like decolonization, development, the anti-apartheid struggle. I mean, the UN was at the forefront of a lot of things that have shaped the world the way it is today. But if you look at it purely in terms of can it stop every war? No, it can't. But what it has done nonetheless is it has been a useful forum to prevent World War III. When World War II happened and all these world leaders got together and said never again, they set up the UN as a way of making sure that the countries that could go into a third world war would have a common place to meet. And I keep explaining to people, what people don't often understand is the UN is very unusual in that it is both a stage and an actor. It is a stage on which the member states, all the countries and governments of the world, meet together, discuss, sort out their differences, come to agreements. And then when they have agreed on something, it is an actor in the form of the Secretary General, his agencies, his peacekeeping forces, and so on. He doesn't have any peacekeeping forces on standby. It's when member states agree that he goes around with hat in hand and gets troops from various member countries to go out and keep the peace. So people tend to confuse the two roles, and the failures of the UN as a stage, because, for example, powerful member states who are permanent members of the Security Council don't agree, are somehow blamed on the actor. Oh, you're useless as the UN, you're not doing anything. Now, there are areas of nuance possible, and I, for example, am on record as having expressed a great deal of disappointment that in the lead up to the Ukraine war, when for 7 weeks the British and the Americans were declaiming from every available rooftop that Russia was amassing troops and poised to invade, that the UN Secretary General didn't get on a plane and go to Moscow and go to Kyiv and, if necessary, go to NATO headquarters in Brussels and see if a deal could be worked out. I say that because back in 1998, the very first time that Bill Clinton threatened to bomb Baghdad, at 24 hours notice, Kofi Annan got on a plane and went to Baghdad. I was with him, so I can tell you. And he persuaded Saddam Hussein to cooperate with the UN weapons inspectors and prevented bombs falling on Baghdad, as it happens only for another 8 to 10 months, after which Saddam again refused to cooperate, and then the bombs did fall because the Americans didn't give any advance notice of their intentions the second time. But the fact is that at least he showed that the Secretary General of the UN can stand independently for peace, even when the peace is being threatened by a permanent member. So that is where I would fault our Secretary General for not having attempted to take a step to go off and see what could be done. And I think that was a pity. Perhaps he felt compromised by the fact that he himself is a national of a NATO member country. But one would like to think that a Secretary General is above nationality, that he represents the conscience of the world as a whole, and that perhaps in that spirit he could have gone.
It may be relevant to point that Rotary as an organization and members did play a role in the framing of the Charter of the United Nations in 1945, just by the way.
And Rotary has been very close to the UN. In fact, I was just mentioning to your president who's sitting here that when I was leaving the UN at the end of 29 years, I had myself facilitated so many Rotary conferences on UN premises that they made me an honorary life member. So I technically belong in this company already. But Rotary very frequently meets at the General Assembly and in other forums.
On the 24th of October, there's a Rotary Day at New York General Assembly.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah. You did mention about one of the permanent members disrupting peace long back, but my question is, 20% of the world population, which is in India, does not have a permanent seat on the Security Council of the United Nations. How fair is it in today's day and age?
It's not fair at all. The UN Security Council's composition reflects the geopolitical realities of 1945, not of today, and certainly not of 2025. And this is why, for some years now, many thinking heads have said we really need to get this changed. Boutros Ghali, who was Secretary General way back in the early 90s, I remember him saying in 1992 that he hoped that Security Council reform would be achieved by the 50th anniversary of the organization in 1995. Well, the 50th anniversary has come and gone, the 60th has come and gone, the 70th has come and gone, and now the 75th has come and gone, and there's absolutely no sign of UN reform. And that's partially a measure of how difficult it is to reform the UN Charter. Not only do you need the two-thirds of the member states and two-thirds of the members of the General Assembly to agree on a formula and vote for it, but then that formula needs to be ratified by two-thirds of the membership, including all 5 permanent members. So you need a formula that is simultaneously acceptable to two-thirds of the world and is not unacceptable to the 5 permanent members whose powers you're about to dilute. Now that's a very, very tall ask. And certainly there is no doubt that, for example, each of the, well, not each, but some of the permanent members have their own likes and dislikes about the possible expansion that would happen. You mentioned India. which is not 20 but 17% of the world's population. You can also mention Japan and Germany, which are the second and third largest financial contributors to the UN after the US. You can also mention countries like Brazil and South Africa, which are immense in their sub-regions, but which don't have a permanent seat either. So the question of how do you pick which countries will benefit itself becomes a matter of contention. Then Africa says, well, the UN was founded when the whole of Africa was under the colonial yoke. So we're now 54 countries in Africa. Give us not one but two permanent seats. And that again becomes an issue of contention. Then there are countries, notably countries like Spain, Canada, and so on, who say, look, permanent membership is bad enough with 5, because it gives 5 countries an unequal veto. Why should we want to give more countries the right to block the affairs of the UN? So with all of these arguments, it's been very, very difficult to find a basis to move forward.
Now, would it be easier to remove those 5 permanent members and make them as regular members?
That'll destroy the UN completely, because one of the reasons... See, what was the logic for creating permanent membership? There was, don't forget, an earlier attempt to create a world body, and that was the League of Nations, established after the First World War. But the League of Nations collapsed for a number of reasons, but the most important reason was that the biggest powers in the world either didn't join, the US never joined, or got expelled. In those days, Italy and Germany were expelled at different times, and Russia finally with the invasion of Finland. And therefore, the League was in no position to moderate their behavior. And one of the other problems was that the League worked by complete unanimity, not just consensus. They had to agree on everything. And if there was even one dissenting vote, a decision couldn't be made. So the UN said, how do we overcome this design flaw? And at the great founding conference in San Francisco in 1945, they came up with the concept of permanent membership for the very simple logic: let us give the powerful countries in the world a security that the organization will never act against their interests. Then they won't have a reason to leave. So the veto became a way of ensuring that the 5 most powerful countries, the US, of course, was the biggest power at the end of the World War. The Russians were the second biggest. The Chinese were the most populous, so they were in disarray at that time. And the British and French are the 2 largest empires in the world. And so the idea was that these countries would have the biggest stake in world order. And if you don't give them any excuse to leave, they will stay and the world will be at peace. Now, the truth is that that never happened. And it never happened because within a very short while, the Cold War broke out. And the Russians and the Americans were at odds. They formed their own blocs, which were hostile to each other. They did, however, agree on the importance of not letting the Cold War turn hot. And that's why we never had World War III. But a lot of things that were envisaged in the Charter never happened. The Charter, for example, foresees that the 5 permanent members would contribute large portions of their armies to a joint military force run by a military staff committee at UN headquarters that would police the world. Why did they write this absurd-sounding provision? Because the United Nations was the name given to the Allies in World War II. It was originally a military alliance. The media called them the Allies, but they called themselves the United Nations from 1943. And so in 1945, the military allies who had won World War II were converting themselves into a peacetime organization. That's why this peculiar history. So if we just look at the Charter and say, but the Charter was never fulfilled, that's because the history of the organization was different. And I think you have to look at how these things evolved. Dag Hammarskjöld, that brilliant Secretary General, the second Secretary General, he invented peacekeeping by saying, okay, so since these big powers are never going to agree and give their armies to serve the UN's purpose, let me ask the middle and smaller powers to provide troops to maintain peace where I can. And that's how peacekeeping was born, and of course it's won a couple of Nobel Prizes for peace, but it's not mentioned in the Charter. So this is why, even though many things are out of date about the UN, many things have creatively moved on, and it's been a successful, innovative body.
Now, there are 2 things, Dr. Tharoor, in this. One is even an organization like Rotary, for instance, a part of our action plan is our ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Yep. So any organization's survival or growth, to a large extent, depends on the ability to adapt to the changing times.
Totally.
Second thing is, if you notice, there are several groups of other smaller countries maybe G20, maybe BRICS, maybe, I mean, a few others, I'm sure you can list out a lot more than I can, which are being formed not necessarily only for economic reasons, economic cooperation. It goes beyond economic cooperation. So is that an outcome of the unfairness of the way United Nations is, Constitution of the United Nations is today? Is that?
I don't think it's because of that alone, because none of these countries actually, none of these groupings that you mentioned have a role in maintaining peace and security, which is the only place where there is the unfairness. In the other UN agencies, whether it's WHO or ILO or whatever, you may have the unfairness of the big countries having more clout and more money power and so on, and bigger donors to those organizations. But there's no built-in unfairness as there is in peace and security. These organizations that you mentioned are also alternative forums. They, you know, the UN is supposed to be the embodiment of multilateralism. These organizations are embodiments of what you might call minilateralism or plurilateralism, which is a number of countries but with no universal pretensions. And this alphabet soup is one that India particularly is part of. You know, every year our foreign minister meets with his Russian and Chinese counterparts in something called RIC. Then he adds the Brazilians and South Africans in something called BRICS. Then he subtracts the Russians but keeps the Chinese in BASIC for environmental negotiations. And then he subtracts both the Chinese and the Russians in IPSA for South-South cooperation. And India is the only country that's a member of all four of these groupings, not merely because our name so usefully begins with that most vital element in every acronym, a vowel, but also because these organizations have some meaning and value for us. We can contribute and we can get something out of it. So these are all different alternative forums, but they're not meant to in any way substitute for the UN. Where I worry about the sort of Security Council's unfairness is whether countries like India, Brazil, South Africa, and others growing Germany, Japan, and so on, might say, well, look, if this organization won't give us any clout there, why don't we focus on an organization that will? And the obvious alternative is the G20. The G20 is not hobbled by any charter. They write their own rules, they decide their own membership, and they can basically do what they want. So for a country like India, which is an influential member of the G20, but is not a permanent member of the Security Council, it may not be surprising if they go further and further and giving more importance to the G20 than to the Security Council. Same for some of the others. And that's one of the reasons why I feel the UN should reform itself, because at least the UN has the merit of being a totally universal body, and it's therefore in the interests of everybody to make sure it remains viable.
But how do you view NATO in this context?
NATO is a military alliance, and it has existed since 1945, and it probably will continue to exist. The funny thing is that there is no opposite alliance. Warsaw Pact has been dissolved. And so, in many ways, there were people who said at the end of the Cold War, why not dissolve NATO? But they didn't want to do that. And then NATO has become the excuse for Mr. Putin for his invasion of Ukraine, because he says that this military alliance is threatening our interests, and that they're planning to expand onto our borders and absorb Ukraine. We're going to do this. Now, that didn't help Mr. Putin, because he drove two neutral countries, Sweden and Finland, into the arms of NATO, ending decades of neutrality. So in many ways, this whole thing has been a fiasco for everyone involved.
Around the globe, without doubt.
Yeah.
It's impacted almost everyone, not necessarily those who are geographically close by. It has affected everyone.
That's right, that's right. And the thing is, now the world is in a bit of tumult. You know, we've seen the news from Syria, and I've been following it. The 24-year-old regime of President Assad seems very much in peril right now. But what may replace it would be a very strongly Islamist group headed by somebody who is a sort of official member of Al-Qaeda. So it's a very, very serious change from the kind of cosmopolitan, sophisticated Syria of Damascus and Aleppo that everyone knew about. The tensions between China and Taiwan have not at all disappeared, and they're very much there. China's conducting exercises not far from the Taiwanese border. Ukraine, Russia seem to be far from a solution, though Mr. Trump says he's going to deliver one. Let's wish him success in doing that. And then you've got Israel, Gaza, Lebanon, that whole mess there. So the world is actually in a very, very troubled state, much more than I think all of us fully appreciate. We inevitably tend to be focused on our own problems and our own immediate neighborhoods. But there is every risk that 2025 could be a very tumultuous year for the world.
That's quite scary.
Yeah.
On a lighter note, I do appreciate that you have given us one more reason why we should not be renamed Bharat. We lose that vowel in the beginning.
We lose the vowel, exactly. Well, actually, the arguments of these chaps who've been pushing for dropping India and Bharat is so absurd, it's laughable, because they actually come, if you look at the whole notion of the word India, where does it come from? It comes from the fact that, you see, we had no name for India at that point. It was, if you like, Bharatvarsh as the Hindutva elements would like to argue, or Aryavrat for the north. But what was interesting was that when the Persians spoke of the people beyond the Indus, they didn't have the letter S. The Indus is called the Sindhu, as you know, in our languages. And they didn't have the letter S, so they called the people beyond the Sindhu the Hindus. And when the Greeks came, they learned about this place from the Persians and they called it India. Now, this is 300 BC, and so we've been known as India, or versions thereof in Latin and Greek and in various Western languages, since about 2,300 years. Now, where does the name Hindu come from? Exactly the same derivation. So how can the same people who say reject India go around saying, Garv se kaho ki hum Hindu hai, say with pride that we are Hindus? It's exactly the same etymology. If you want to use the word Hindu, you may as well use the word India. They both come from the same origin.
Well, we can very well see that it's something that gets very emotional at times, does it?
Yeah, but you know, at the same time, there's something to be said for just common usage. I mean, for example, India has been called Hind in Arabic and Persian for literally thousands of years. I mean, I remember Maulana Azad writing about how one of the great indications of the cultural unity of the subcontinent. So our Hindutva types will talk about Bharatvarsh and pilgrimage centers and Adi Shankara's voyages throughout the country, which we're all very proud of. But the Maulana Azad's story was very, very interesting. He said that all the people who would go to Mecca from the subcontinent, whether they were Pashtuns from what's today Pakistan, or Tamils from what is very much in the deepest south of our country, they would be called Hindis because they were from Hind. So there was very much a sense of a common civilizational space, even to foreigners who were of a different faith. So I don't see why we shouldn't embrace this very comfortably.
Now let's move to something lighter. And I've seen one video of your stand-up comedy routine.
Yeah, I've done two actually, but that's probably it for now.
In social media, there's one which was going viral because of you. How did you enjoy that experience?
Well, you know, it was fun. I mean, I'm occasionally game for taking a gamble like that. I mean, I don't gamble with money, but I gamble with my own reputation sometimes. What happened was, it was in 2019, the first time I ever did this, there was a show, a stand-up comedy show on Amazon Prime, and they decided to do one season with quote-unquote celebrities. I've never thought of myself in those terms, but they had one movie star and they had one sports person and they had one somebody, and they wanted one politician, and they turned to me. Now, I was amused by the idea, and then it turned out that the filming was going to be between the casting of the votes in the 2019 general election and the counting of them. So it was a period of deep irresponsibility, when technically you don't know whether you're going to come back into parliament or be re-elected or anything. And at the same time, you haven't got any official responsibility at that point, because you've already faced the electorate. And you're not going to jeopardize the votes you're going to get by saying anything, because the votes have already been cast. So I said, why the heck not, let's do it. And as you know, it went rather well, though a lot of my political jokes got deleted before the broadcast version. I had quite a few things poking fun at the then government, but then the government got re-elected, so Amazon in its own wisdom trimmed a lot of that. I think the actual monologue was filmed in a stand-up comedy club in Noida, outside Delhi, and it was about 25 minutes long, and I think the video version is more like 12 or 11 or something.
Yeah, about 10, 11 minutes long.
Yeah, that's about it. But anyway, it went very well. And then the second time was, after the COVID hiatus, I was attending the Jaipur Literary Festival's British edition. They have one in the British Library every year, which had also been held off during COVID. So they said, will you do a stand-up comedy routine to end it? And again, I thought for a minute and said, why the heck not? Because it gave me a chance. Some of the things that you remember me saying about British colonialism in India in Oxford, I thought I could say it as jokes instead. And so I did a stand-up comedy routine, which you can also Google. It's on YouTube. Half was about writers and literature and the other half was about, since we were all in London, let's take the mickey out of the Brits, and that's also there. So these were the two comedy routines, and this one is a bit longer because there was no Amazon to censor it. It's on YouTube. But both of them have had millions of viewers, and it's quite amusing that I have this brief other life as a stand-up comic.
In fact, the one where you were talking about the British era of the colonialism, you did extensively quote some statistics of what Britain did to our country.
They were not 100% accurate in the sense that I was off the cuff, as you saw in the speech. But when I researched in greater detail for my book, An Era of Darkness, my basic arguments were all justified by the facts I could research, but some of the numbers were even worse. For example, in my speech, I talked about 29 million Indians dying unnecessary deaths in British created famines and British mismanaged famines. The actual figure was 35 million. It was worse. So the argument remains valid. The numbers were not 100% accurate in the speech.
But anyway, you were talking as a politician, so the numbers need not be accurate.
No. I'd like to think that when I speak as a politician, I speak accurately as far as possible.
Before we end, a few quick questions. I know we are maybe running out of time.
No one is signaling frantically to you. You can carry on.
Okay. Okay. Now, you have taken to technology pretty quickly. I mean, considering that you don't belong to the internet era while growing up, how easy or how difficult was it to adapt to the emerging technologies?
Well, I was actually better at adapting when I was younger. I had the first video camera recorder of any of my friends, and it was an absolute nightmare because in the 70s, when the video technology was first invented, it came in 3 parts. So there was a camera to which you would screw in and attach a box, to which you would screw in and attach something else. And in the end, there were 3 things you had to carry with you to film your kids playing in the lawn or whatever. So it really was, but I enjoyed doing it, and I'm very proud of the fact that, of course, now irretrievably lost. I had some of the first videotapes in Geneva and Singapore when I was living there with the UN. Subsequently, I was one of the first writers to take to the computer. And I had very practical reasons for that. I used to write in longhand and get secretaries to type it up. The problem was my handwriting was so illegible. And people often say I should have been a medical doctor and not the PhD kind, because the handwriting was so illegible, the secretary made so many mistakes that I would then have to correct those mistakes by hand, and then there would be mistakes made on the corrections. And it was such a pain and took so long that I said it makes far more sense to go ahead and type in my 2 fingers. And so I became a 2-finger typist. I had already done my thesis on a typewriter, my doctoral thesis, 600 odd pages on 2 fingers. And so I knew I could do it. So I acquired a computer in Singapore in 1979 or 80 and wrote the Great Indian Novel on computer. The only downside of that is, when all these famous authors donate their handwritten manuscripts with all the scribbles showing the tortures they went through, you'll never see that in computer writing because you've made the corrections, unfortunately, invisibly. So that's the only loss. But I did all of that. In the internet era, I was an early adopter of BlackBerry. I was living in America at the time, which is where it really became popular. I think Clinton and Gore started using them in the early 90s, and so I got that on, and I found that very useful. And I took to the phones for email as well when it became possible to put emails on. But since then, I think partially it comes with age, advancing seniority, is I've just lost the energy or the enthusiasm to keep up with every new twist. I mean, when Instagram came, first of all, Snapchat came, and I said, I don't see the point of sending a message that will disappear in 15 seconds or 30 seconds. If I send a message, I want it to be there for posterity. I have this amateur historian's fondness for preserving things. So I never took that on. Similarly, I've never got on Instagram. I did go on Twitter because I had a young aide who urged me to, and my sons had taken to it in the States. And so I said, why not? And that did become a very useful instrument. In fact, it again was one of those things that got me into trouble in my first untroubled, I mean, what can I say, a year without moments that were untroubled is what my first year in politics was. Because when I went on Twitter, of course, first of all, the media resented it in those days because they thought that Twitter was a way of bypassing them, that I was confiding in them. And I actually was doing that because, for example, when I became the first Indian minister to visit Liberia, and was the first official visit by any Indian minister ever in 70 odd years, nobody in the Indian media even bothered to report it. But when I put it on Twitter, people knew about it. So I don't see why I shouldn't do that. Nonetheless, it won me a lot of hostility from the media to begin with. And then when the controversies got whipped up, including by the media, the political class distanced themselves very quickly from me and from Twitter. And I mean, I got all sorts of objections. One objection was, but how can a serious politician be on a medium that calls itself with such a silly name, Twitter? And I said, but Google and Yahoo sound like silly names too, and you're on them. These these names will get adopted, people will accept them. Of course, no one could foresee that one day poor Twitter would itself make way for X. But anyway, I mean, I don't regret doing all of that, but I leave my staff to run my accounts on other media, Instagram and LinkedIn and Facebook and so on. My staff take some of my tweets and modify whatever they think is appropriate and put it out. In any case, there isn't enough time in the day to do all of that. WhatsApp, for example, consumes one. I mean, I end each day with over 1,000 unopened WhatsApp messages, new each day. So how the heck does one keep up?
All those who have got their heads bent are on WhatsApp right now. You did mention your ability at two-finger typing.
Yeah.
An era of darkness that was one of your more popular books. And you have written 25 books. How do you choose a topic to write on? Because you are not a novelist from the beginning.
Well, for Era of Darkness, it was really my publisher who called me after my Oxford speech went viral. You remember in the first 24 hours, 3 million people had downloaded the blessed thing. So he called me and said, you got to turn this into a book. And I said initially, don't be silly, everyone knows the stuff. I was just speaking off the cuff. And he said, you don't be silly, because if everyone knew all the stuff, your speech wouldn't have gone viral. And that made me think a bit. So I was obviously rather busy. It was actually 2015 that I made the speech. So I was, and I think it was in the course of the year between roughly sort of the monsoon session of Parliament and the following monsoon session that I had to write the book. So what I did was, for the first time, I engaged researchers. And I told them, these are the themes I want to attack, but I need to make sure that what I was saying off the cuff, I'm on solid ground. So go into libraries, go into the latest academic research journals, and dig up for me what are the latest studies on the British and the railways, the British and famines, what the British did here and there, and so on. And so I got a vast amount, thousands of pages of research material, and that's again where technology was a help. It all went on one big drive. And that drive is what I took with me into the hills of Bhutan at the invitation of His Majesty, which I'm very grateful for. And in those days anyway, though no Indian SIM card worked in Bhutan, so no one could bother me. And in 12 days, I sort of broke the back of the research by working 18-hour days, just distilling the themes that would become an era of darkness. And I sort of put them down in what was very much a first draft. The final book was double what I wrote in those days in Bhutan, but at least I was able to get my argument sorted out. Otherwise, each theme varies, Venkit. I mean, the thing is that sometimes, I am a columnist, and therefore, from my columns would emerge ideas for books. I remember when I was, I think for a while, requested to write a lot of columns on foreign policy, because I was still seen, as you saw me today, principally as an international figure than more than a national one. That then gave me the idea of writing a book on India's foreign policy for Indian readers, which is Pax Indica. That's done extremely well. I'm told that even 12 years after it was published, UPSC aspirants are still buying it regularly and reading it and studying it. Then my most recent book, A Wonderland of Words, is a direct result of a column. The College Times people had sort of latched on to this reputation I have for being a bit of a words maven, and asked me to write a word column. And for about 2 years or 2.5 years, I wrote a column every week for them. And I was able to sort of expand and merge and adjust that into a book on words, which is doing rather well. So it goes like that. It depends on what material's there. There are things that I would like to write that I'm not writing at all. And above all in the list comes fiction, because you remember, of my first 5 books, 4 were fiction. And then I had to give that up because of my life in politics. And why is that? Not just politics. First at the UN, I had to give it up, and then politics. Because fiction requires not just time, which is scarce enough for a busy man, but also a space inside your head to create an alternative universe, to populate it with characters, episodes, dialogues, concerns that are as real to you as those of what you're encountering in everyday life. So you're going to build this sort of glass palace in which your story is enclosed and visited every day. If you are not able to, if you're constantly interrupted by the real world, that palace will start developing cracks. And if the interruptions are too frequent and too long, the entire glass palace will crumble and crash upon itself. And so in the first decade of the 21st century, I would say my laptop was littered with the beginnings of at least 3 or 4 novels. Some I wrote 5 pages, some I may have written almost 100, but I could never get into stride because each of them were interrupted by the realities of my work. And then I finally realized I'm better off writing non-fiction because non-fiction is interruptible. You and I are talking non-fiction all the time, at least we hope so for politicians. And therefore, going back to what you've written, even if you interrupted it for 6 weeks of campaigning in an election and you came back, you can just reread what you've written, follow your own train of thought and pick up the threads and keep writing. So that's how, so my fiction is something that I always joke that one day the voters might return me to the world of literature. So that's when I go back.
We hope not.
You're very kind, but there are many in this country's political arena who fervently hope for that.
I really like the way you described what fiction is, that you create an alternate world in your head. I've never heard that kind of a description for what fiction is. Thank you. I've added one more thing to my head now.
Thank you.
What fiction is all about. A few questions which, a quick question, what they in television call as a rapid fire.
Okay.
You don't have to think too much for these questions. You don't have to think for anything. You are...
rapid fire is what the Australians have been doing to our batsmen, I'm afraid, in Adelaide.
Before we started this session, India was 9 wickets down. I'm sure its match is over by now.
Oh, it's definitely over by now, yeah. But go on asking. I promise you I'll answer while checking the score.
I know all of us know that you are...
The Australians needed 19 to make and they won. Were 10 wickets, but 19 is more than I thought they would need to make. Mohammad Siraj hit a 4 and Bumrah got 2 not out. Well, that's why.
Okay, so that match is over. Our match can continue now.
Our match can continue.
So what's your favorite food?
Idlis. I cannot stand a single day without idlis. When I travel to the west, that's my most abiding sort of sacrifice when I go to the west.
Dr. Tharoor, if you noticed, you did mention something of international significance. Nobody applauded. The moment you said idli, there were a lot of applause.
People know what the right thing to prioritize in life is.
The thinking starts from the...
The idlis here are pretty good, by the way. I had some this morning.
All of us know that you are proficient in English. I mean, that would be an understatement to say the least. How comfortable are you in Malayalam first?
Well, comfortable enough to win 4 elections speechifying in Malayalam. I can't say that I'm... I will be the first to admit that the formal forms of our Indian language is what in Malayalam we call a Sahitya Malayalam, is a stranger to me. I have a very colloquial, orally learned Malayalam because I was not educated in Kerala. I was born in London, brought up in Bombay, high school in Calcutta, college in Delhi, adult life in multiple countries around the world, and then back to India in a pan-Indian kind of sensibility. And so I never had the benefit of being rooted in Kerala literature, education, and so on. I've read a lot of Kerala literature in English translation, I have to admit. So I will say that my Malayalam is fluent. It's comprehensible. It doesn't make egregious mistakes, but it is far from being the kind of, shall we say, as sophisticated, as rich in vocabulary, or as nuanced in usage as I would have liked it to be.
You may not be writing a novel in Malayalam anytime soon.
No, but all my novels are translated into Malayalam. That's good enough for me.
But Sahitya Malayalam is anyway for the Doordarshan news, not anywhere else.
Well, you know, all of our languages have Sahitya versions of them, and that's what the formal thing is. But I think thanks to TV, we're democratizing that much more. Now, television, people talk the way they speak on television the way they talk in real life, and that's eased up this this gap. But still in Kerala podiums, you do find a lot of people with sort of words that you can't lift when you carry, as we say in Malayalam. You know? Eduthu pongatha vaakukal they will be using in their Sahitya Malayalam. Especially in Malayalam. Because Malayalam has the largest percentage of Sanskrit of any Indian language. And the more educated you are, the more you want to show off the heavy Sanskrit vocabulary you've got.
Which is your favorite holiday destination?
I know it's going to sound very self-serving, but the honest answer is Thiruvananthapuram. But don't forget that from there, there's a lot you can go and see. So I'm going to Thiruvananthapuram the moment Parliament finishes on the 20th of December. But I'm also going to go and visit Kanyakumari, for example, for a couple of days with friends.
You're visiting your constituency cannot be a holiday, can it be?
It's never a holiday. I haven't had a holiday since I got into politics, in that sense.
Oh, that takes me to the next question. If you were to have a day with nothing on your agenda, nothing on your calendar, what would you like to do?
Watch cricket.
That makes it two of us.
Yeah. And it has to be ideally a test match. I'm not at all a big fan of these T20 bashes, which are completely forgettable. I mean, I am a fan to the extent that it's fun to watch. Don't get me wrong. But I often explain to my kids that for me, it's like watching a sitcom on television to watch a T20. To watch an ODI is like sort of reading a short story. But to watch a test match is like reading a novel. You have all the ups and downs, the intricacies, the narrative flow, the weave. For me, there's a huge difference.
One of my friends told me about this T20 matches. It's like a movie. The director already knows what the end is, the audience don't. Is it true?
I don't think that's fair. There was an awful period of match fixing for a few years, but I think that's completely over. And frankly, one of the good things about cricket is it's very difficult to fix. Because you've got to get too many people to play along with their scenario. Now you can only do what they call spot fixing, which is you can bribe one person to bowl a bad ball or a no ball, or bribe one person to get out cheaply or whatever. You can't fix an entire team that easily. I don't think that even however well-heeled a gambler can be, I don't think match fixing is at all happening much these days.
Not feasible.
I don't think it's feasible in the serious international levels. There's too much at stake for everybody. I'm sure it may be happening in some of the little provincial leagues or whatever. That's possible.
Okay. Last question. What is your advice to Rotarians?
Look, first of all, I'm a huge admirer of everything you do. The service before self is a terrific motto. And I really respect the fact that you're all successful in your fields, and yet you have chosen to share the benefits of some of your success with those who are less fortunate. And that's very much worth applauding. So I will applaud you at the end of this. Having said that, I do hope that in that sense of service, that you will also remember the importance of being true to yourselves. Because ultimately, I often say, for example, to young people, I mean, you're all my peers and seniors, and I don't want to sound patronizing, but when I speak to young people, I often tell them, look, the one thing that each of us can do on this planet, and I say this to them, looking at them and say, find out who you are, what you are good at, what you're not so good at, and be the best you that you can possibly be. To my mind, that is the simplest motto for a good human being and a good citizen. Be the best you that you can be, and you will in the process be able to help others and make a difference in the lives of others. It's those who have talents and qualities that they don't make an effort to fulfill who are letting themselves and society down. So I would say to all of you, the best version of you is the version that you can serve society with. So I urge you all to be the best yous that you can possibly be, and at the same time, continue this wonderful spirit of service, helping the unfortunate, helping the underprivileged, helping those who need the kind of extraordinary network you all represent, as well as, frankly, the financial capacity you have and the good you can do for our country and for the world. So keep up the great work, Rotary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tharoor. I don't have to say anything there. Response is right here. Can I now request Rajmohan for his expression of gratitude?
Thank you, past director Venkatesh, and our leader, and the member of parliament, from the capital city of Kerala, the God's own country, Trivandrum, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, for that engaging conversation. This was the much awaited session of this institute and a befitting last day for the institute. I am sure all of you enjoyed this session and got enriched with the insight shared by the leader. Friends, it's our privilege to honor and felicitate Dr. Shashi Tharoor at this session. May I request convener Anirudh Roy Chowdhury and Madam Shipraji, Chairman Dr. John Daniel and Dr. Meera John to join us on the stage. May I invite Director Raju Subramaniam, please join us on the stage. And Vidya Subramaniam. Now I request Anirudhji to present the shawl to Dr. Shashi Tharoor. I request Anirudh Roy Chowdhury and John Daniel will now hand over the memento to Dr. Shashi Tharoor. I invite Director Raju Subramaniam and Meera to present a gift to Dr. Shashi Tharoor as a token of our affection. Now, Shipraji will now hand over a floral bouquet to Dr. Shashi. Finally, it gives me great pleasure to hand over this memento to Chair Session Past RI Director A.S. Venkatesh for conducting this session so ably.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure this couldn't have been better moment than having such eminent personality on stage. With this, we are moving on to our next plenary session.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a invigorating an hour with Dr. Shashi Tharoor it has been, and we are running a bit behind schedule, post half an hour. We move on to the next plenary session here, and to do that, may I invite up on chair the session chair, Rotarian Anirudh Roy Chowdhury, Rotary International Director, Convener, Rotary Institute 2024. May we invite Rotary International Director Anirudh Roy Chaudhary and convener Rotary Institute 2024. This session is called Kindle the Spark Within Diversity in Action. And we also invite on stage Rotarian Zainab Patel, Diversity, Equality, Inclusion Leader, Indian Region, Cummins Incorporated. May we request Rotarian Zainab to come up and join us here. We request Past District Governor Manjeet Singh Arora to join us up here on stage. We request Anika Fernando, Group Director, Paradise Road Group of Companies, to come and join us here on stage. Srimoy Bhattacharya, Founder. Could you come up on stage, please?
Hello, friends. In view of the time constraints of our unsung hero, the three recipients of unsung hero, we are supposed to give them the award last night that will be completing now, and then we'll go into this session. Now, for that, I'll now request Session Chair, Past Governor Sandeep Agarwala, please come on to the stage and start the session immediately.
May I request the AV to be played, please?
A proud third-generation Rotarian who joined the Rotary Club of Bombay at just 29. PDG Sandeep Agarwala made history as its youngest president in 41. As District Governor of RI District 3141 in 2022-23, he surpassed records, raising an astounding $6.57 million for the Rotary Foundation, the highest ever in India and the world that year, and the third highest in TRF's history. Currently serving as ARRFC, Sandeep also chairs the program committee of the KOCHI Institute, driving impactful initiatives with unwavering passion.
Namaskar and good afternoon. President Stephanie Erchik, Institute Convener Anirudh Roy Chaudhary, Institute Chairman John Daniel, with your permission, may I please treat as all protocols being observed. As the chairman of both the Program Committee and the Changemakers Awards Committee, it gives me great pleasure to introduce this session on the Unsung Heroes. The Changemaker Awards was conceptualized to recognize and reward the extraordinary thinkers and achievers of our times whose work has positively impacted the world. So who is the change maker? The rare one in a million human, the dreamer, the doer, who ushered in change that transformed the lives of millions with their revolutionary ideas and never say die attitude. This is a signature program of the KOCHI Rotary Institute, which champions initiatives and committed individuals who are wielding the power of creativity and innovation to bring us closer to a more sustainable, equitable, and peaceful world. Anyone can mobilize action and achieve impact, even in the most challenging places and times. The campaign is committed to showcasing heroes changing the world and sending a message of hope and infinite possibilities. We look for exceptional individuals and organizations on a pan-India basis who have made a difference in the communities and societies. They are the movers and shakers, but also the people quietly working behind the scenes to make a difference. A change maker imagines a new reality and then acts and collaborates with others to make it happen. A change maker stands up for equality, justice, and human rights and leads movements to rewire the world and light up the Sustainable Development Goals and Rotary's areas of focus. The evaluation criteria in which the selection committee looked for change makers who provided strong answers to a range of questions about what their initiative does and how it runs and the change-making story. Entries were evaluated on the following criteria: innovation, were they thinking innovatively to build financial health and resiliency or to solve social issues within their community? Potential to scale, do they have a vision for the future? Will this innovation create meaningful impact, and does it have the ability to scale even beyond their own community? Connection, do they show a deep understanding of a problem or barrier they're trying to solve, and do they have a deep connection to the community they are bringing their solution to? Change maker quality, are they passionate about making a change for the good of all, ready to show leadership or take action to solve a problem, and looking to activate others? In addition to our evaluation criteria described, winners were selected to represent the diversity of applications received. Diversity could have been showcased in the target audience of a project, its partners, or the individual or team representing it. Diversity could refer to gender, accessibility, ethnicity, race, age, and geography. A high-level panel of judges and review team considered over a total of 172 applications for economic and community development 46, environment 50, literacy 50, water 26. The 4 different categories are important areas of focus for Rotary International: environment, water and economic community development, and literacy. My grateful thanks to the review committee and team consisting of past district governors, Ramesh Agarwal, popularly known as the Waterman of India, past district governor Anshuman Bandyopadhyay, Mr. Reliable, always serving with a smile, past governor Ramesh Chandar, who is the chairman of India's largest literacy program, adult literacy today, and past governor Ajay Gupta, who is a member of the SRAG on environment and chairman of South Asia. This review team and myself consisted of the jury, and together we selected the finalists and then the winners, who will be honoring today with a Changemakers Award and a cash prize of Rs 50,000 each. This campaign's advocacy for change approach inspires hope and champions actions to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. It calls for rethinking, recalibrating, and reimagining economies and societies so that they serve people and the planet. I now invite PDG Sandeep Narang to conduct the session for the Changemaker Award for Economic and Community Development. Before that, may I invite the jury members, Ramesh Agarwal, Ramesh Chandar, and Anshuman Bandyopadhyay to please come up on the stage and take their seats. And Sangram Patil, past Governor Sangram Patil.
Thank you, Sandeep. Can I request for the AV of Mr. Shaji Verghese, who's the CEO of Child Health Foundation, Thane. The AV, please.
Child Help Foundation, CHF, is a 14-year-old non-profit organization dedicated to transforming the lives of underprivileged children across India. Founded with the vision of creating a brighter future for all, CHF works tirelessly to provide education, healthcare, and livelihood support to marginalized children. During the previous 14 years of operation in 26 states and UTs across the country, CHF reached over the 5 million of lives. Through our sustainable development initiatives, they strive to break the cycle of poverty and empower children to become change makers in their communities. With a strong focus on community engagement and partnerships, they believe that together, we can make a meaningful difference in the lives of India's most vulnerable children. Ladies and gentlemen, Rotary Institute 2024 Kochi is happy to present the Changemaker Award in Economic and Community Development category to Child Help Foundation.
So we have Shaji Varghese with us. May I request Director Anirudh Roy Chaudhary to be on stage. Please, can we escort Director? Past Governor Nagendra Prasad. And can I request the Chair of the Institute, John Daniel, and Meera to be on stage? I'll now request jury member, past Governor Anshuman to hand over a shawl to our awardee. I would request Anirudh to hand over the award. Can I request Nagendra Prasad to hand over the flowers? Can I call Shipra Bhavi and Rashi Bhavi on stage? And can I call past President Shekhar to hand over the citation? And finally, can I ask both Shipra Bhavi and Rashi Bhavi to give the memento on our behalf? Please give a loud round of applause to our Economic and Community Development awardee, Shaji Varghese. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I now invite past Governor Subhashish Chatterjee to conduct the session for the Changemaker Award for Environment.
Thank you, Sandeep. Good morning, everyone. Friends, we have next awardee for this Unsung Heroes. The world is full of unsung heroes who quietly change lives with their kindness. Our next unsung hero is Janapa Reddy Venkata Ratlam, who is working on environment. I would like to request the AV team to kindly play the AV for Janapa Reddy Venkata Ratnam.
JV Ratnam has dedicated 36 years to environmental and social service activities, receiving multiple accolades, including the Ecovoria Identity from the AP Ghana Abdul Nazir and the Swachhta Hi Seva 2024 Award from District Collector Harendra Prasad. Significant initiatives include the preparation of 2.2 crore seed balls and spread over hills through naval helicopters, a beach cleanup with 3,000 volunteers, and the arrangement of 80,000 sparrow nests. Environmental educational efforts involve training programs for college lecturers and engaging students in collecting native seeds. Activities have included making seed balls, Indian indigenous seed rakhis, and promoting sustainable practices such as planting medicinal, biodiversity-friendly plants and fruit trees. Ongoing activities include rooftop gardens, clay Ganesh idols, nature-based farming, Indian indigenous seed villages, seed banks, a method of exchanging indigenous seeds without using money. All managed through the use of a green ambulance for greenery development. Ladies and gentlemen, Rotary Institute 2024 Kochi is happy to present the Changemaker Award in the Environment category to JV Ratnam. JV Ratnam has dedicated 36 years to environmental and social service activities,
Thank you. This is our second awardee for this morning, and Mr. Ratnam is on the dais. I would request, along with the director and the other person on the dais, I would request our world leader Stephanie to be on the dais, please. I request our incoming leader Shuko to be on dais, please. Thank you. Past Governor Nand Kumar, please join us on the dais. And I would request our incoming director, Triple M, to be on dais, please. I would request our convener of this institute, RI Director Anirudh, to kindly present the shawl to Ratnam. I would request our world leader Stephanie to kindly present the citation to our awardee Ratnam. I would request our incoming world leader, Sikyu, to present the award to the awardee. Flower to be presented by past Governor Nand Kumar. And the memento by Director-elect Triple M. Thank you, leaders. Thank you, Avadi, for being with us and taking this honor from us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I now invite past Governor Debashish Mishra to conduct the session for the Changemaker Award for Literacy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are going to present the Changemaker Award in Literacy to Shraddha Srungarpure. Shraddha is the CEO of Diganta Swaraj Foundation, is a social worker by training. She brings over 12 years work experience in tribal areas of rural Maharashtra. Since her graduation, she has worked with villagers in village Mokhada to address social issues including women and child rights and well-being. Her passion and dedication have won her several awards and recognitions, including the prestigious award from Sakal Group of Papers, Women Impact Award. Can we have the AV presentation of Shraddha, please?
Diganta Swaraj Foundation is a movement of the tribal youth from Mokhada, district Palghar, led by two dynamic individuals, Adverb Rahul Tirekar and Shraddha Srungapure, who believed that an integrated development approach can resolve the deep-rooted issues of poverty, forced migration, water scarcity, education and social justice in rural Maharashtra. Formed in September 2017, we have been empathetic to the urban, rural and tribal issues and brought them in perspective by decoding the association between these issues. The organization was formed as a serious need to educate and train local leadership in social, economic and development spheres. We have observed that any community, urban or rural, included in the process of integrated development shall show a spur of progress with sustainability. Education. One of our chief projects is education, along with livelihood, water scarcity and health interventions. The program aims at ensuring quality education to all students through which they can turn into alert and aware citizens. Currently, the Adult Literacy Program of Diganta Swaraj Foundation, supported by Rotary Club of Bombay, is one of the most celebrated ones, reaching out to nearly 40,000 adults. Ladies and gentlemen, Rotary Institute 2024 Kochi is happy to present the Changemaker Award in Literacy category to Diganta Swaraj Foundation.
In this award, can we have Rotary International President nominee Sanku Yoon on stage, please? Can we have past Rotary International President Shekhar Mehta ji on stage, please? Can we have DZ Chella? I think Chella is not around. Can we have Rotary International Director nominee Tom Gump on stage, please? May I request past District Governor Ramesh Chandra to offer a shawl to Shraddha. May I request Rotary International President nominee Sanku Yoon to offer the citation to Shraddha. May I request past Rotary International President Shekhar Mehta ji to offer the award to Shraddha. May I request Tom to offer a flower bouquet to Shraddha, please? May I request Director Anirudh ji to offer a memento to Shraddha?
Thank you.
Thank you, Devashish. Today, we have witnessed an extraordinary set of individuals, all high achievers and profound thinkers who are committed to bring about lasting change in our communities. We are fortunate that we have such people who care about a better future for humanity. It is indeed a good fortune that we've had the opportunity to recognize their achievements and honor them with the KOCHI Rotary Institute Changemaker Awards. Hopefully, this will serve as an inspiration of hope to countless other organizations and individuals to strive for innovation and change in a quest to alleviate the sufferings of the marginalized sectors of our community and bring a lasting and sustained change in their lives. My fellow Rotarians, ladies and gentlemen, please let us collectively applaud their sterling efforts by giving them a resounding applause. Thank you. I now invite past Governor Sangram Patil to express his gratitude.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Friends, it is our privilege to honor the jury members of the Changemaker Awards at this session. Hence, I would request past District Governor Sandeep ji to hand over the memento to past District Governor Ajay Gupta. Is he there around? Okay. Then again, I would invite Sandeep ji to hand over a memento to PDG Ramesh Agarwal ji. I would request Sandeep ji again to hand a memento to PDG Anshuman Bandyopadhyay ji. Friends, put our hands together to appreciate the work of these juries. I would request Sandeep ji again to do the honors and hand over a memento to PDG Ramesh Chandar ji. And finally, friends, it gives me a great pleasure to hand over the memento to our session chair for today, PDG Sandeep Agarwala, for conducting this session so ably. Thank you.
Console, please make a note. We are moving to the plenary 14 session, Imagine Rotary General. Are we ready? Yes. Thank you so much for all that happened. The beautiful moments of recognitions happened here. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together while I invite PRID Kamal Sangvi, Past Director, Rotary International, to chair the session for Plenary 14 on stage. Let me also invite PDG Ajay Bhatnagar, Scientific Advisor, the Dear Foundation Switzerland, on stage. And with that, I'm privileged to invite our keynote speaker, Sonam Wangchuk, to please join us on stage. And alongside, I would request PDG Ajay Agarwal, District 3262, to also join us on stage. The plenary 13 is titled Imagine Rotary in General, and the session chair, PRID Kamal Sangvi, is going to take us forward from here. PRID Kamal Sangvi, past Rotary International Director. Kamal Sangvi, a visionary titan and philanthropic luminary, is a reagent for positive change and a fire of hope. A distinguished Rotarian, Kamal's life is a signal to the power of service. From his humble origins as a pharmaceutical scientist to his exalted position as Rotary Director 2019-21, his journey is an odyssey of unwavering dedication to humanity. A dynamic, charismatic leader, he has spearheaded countless initiatives empowering women through transformative vocational training programs and providing life-saving healthcare to underprivileged children. His passion for service has taken him on a global trail, inspiring and mobilizing Rotarians to create a ripple effect of positive change. Profound and inspiring, echo through time. I can do things you cannot. You can do things I cannot. Together, we can do great things. This philosophy has been the cornerstone of his extraordinary achievements. A true partnership in service, Kamal and his wife Sonal share a lifelong commitment to making the world a better place. His dedication to Rotary's ideals has earned him accolades, the Service Above Self and 4 Avenue of Service Award, a profound respect of the global Rotary community. A paragon of compassion, Kamal Sangvi.
Yesterday we heard about the socio-political outcome of climate crisis by Palki Sharma. The echo which you create, COVID taught us the echo which you create is the echo which environment gives to you. If you go onto the mountain and shout that I hate you environment, it's going to reply back 3 times more. But if you go up and say, I love you environment, it's going to reply back 3 times, I love you, I love you, I love you. So the echo which you create is going to be there. What is it in for us for the climate change? She spoke about socio-political angles, but what is it for you and me? Climate crisis is going to take away our coffee. Climate crisis is going to take away our polar bears. Climate crisis are going to take away the ability to surf in the beach. As we gather here, our planet is facing unprecedented crisis. Climate change is no more a distant threat. Its harsh realities, rising temperatures, devastating natural disasters, and unprecedented predictable weather patterns are just a few of the challenges we are facing. But in the face of adversity, humanity has always shown resilience and innovation. Today we are going to talk about hope for a better future, hope for a more sustainable solutions to the climate change. We will hear from an expert, innovator, change maker who is pushing boundaries of what's possible, from renewable energy to climate resilient infrastructure. We'll explore the groundbreaking adaptations that are transforming our world. So let's embark on a journey together and discover the power of innovation in the face with the climate change with Sonam Wangchuk, whose life has been so large that it demanded a movie made on his life, which was a blockbuster. All is good, all is good. Do you all remember that? Yes? Can we all say that? All is good? All is good. That was the famous Wangchuk Wanglu on which a movie was made on Sonam Wangchuk. The other speaker, the dilemma of a breast cancer is multifaceted, involving emotional, ethical, medical, and financial considerations. Navigating the landscape requires ongoing dialogue along with patients, communities, and healthcare professionals. to ensure that the individuals receive the best possible care tailored to their need and circumstances. Education, awareness, support, and advocacy play a critical role in addressing these dilemmas effectively. 95% of the women with breast cancer could survive if the cancer was detected early enough. But this isn't happening. But with intelligent adaptations and smart technology, as Dear Mama, an app, a very simple app called Dear Mama, can change this. Past Governor Bhatnagar, the scientific advisor of the Dear Foundation, will talk to us about this wonderful, wonderful app and bring a change and give dignity to women. May I now call upon first Past Governor Ajay Bhatnagar to please give his presentation on the fabulous breast cancer app.
RID Kamal, thank you for your invitation. RI President Stephanie, RIDs Anirudh Roy Chaudhary and Raju Subramaniam, I believe he's not here anymore. Could I have the first slide, please? It's an unusual slide. I bring you warm greetings from a very cold and snowy district, 1980 in Switzerland. This picture was taken just 10 days before I left to come here. Green. I have to point there. This morning, I'd like to tell you about the Dear Mama app and with your help and what we would like to do with it. It could be considered a progress report as we were given full support for this project from RIDs Anirudh Roy Chaudhary and Raju Subramaniam in Delhi this year. Since this session is titled Imagine Rotary, it occurred to me that the highly successful part that Rotary has played in the eradication of polio in India started with a few people from Tennessee many years ago being able to imagine a polio-free world. Now, all these years later, we are just about this much away from achieving their goal. So I ask you to imagine what it could be like in 25 years if this campaign, our campaign, were to have a similar success. We could significantly reduce mortality and increase survival from this disease that would give women many more years of life and be part of their grandchildren's lives. The Dear Foundation was started by a formidable lady called Sonia Dinner, who has been working in the humanitarian area for many years with her philanthropy, which has led her to not only become a Rotarian, but also an AKS member. Oops. Reducing breast cancer mortality through early detection, as PRID Kamal mentioned to you, is done by the availability of a low or no-cost method for early detection of breast cancer. This is crucial to the treatment of breast cancer. The Dear Mama app is available to anyone with a cell phone and is free for download from both Android and iOS platforms. The Dear Mama app is essentially a tutorial that teaches women how to conduct a breast exam, and Dear Mama ensures that the privacy between the person conducting the exam, herself, and the phone is a totally two-sided affair with no other human being involved in it. Going backwards. The important goals that we have decided that we needed to have for India is that the Dear Mama app should be available in languages which are understood in India. We proposed distributing this app through a network involving Rotary India and public health authorities in India. And we aim to leverage Rotary India's experience in disseminating information and successfully vaccinating children in India against polio, such that we are now declared as a polio-free country. One of the first steps we took was to sign an MOU with the Rotary Club of Bombay to use the app in the e-learning project of that club. The person instrumental in doing this was PDG Sandeep Agarwala, whom you had heard from before. We have also recruited the Tata Memorial Center in Bombay, where the Director Emeritus of the center, Dr. Rajan Badwe, will be helping us with this activity. And also we have recruited the public health departments around the country and have started first with the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, which is going to include our app in their comprehensive cancer care model. We're also going to use the youth of Rotary for this project. We hope to we will recruit Rotaractors who are very familiar with social media to promote this app in social media and reach a far larger variety of people than we otherwise could have done. What has been achieved up to now? I presented this product at the Rotary meeting in New Delhi in March 2024. Since then, we have made several improvements to make the app more relevant for India. As of today, the app is available in Hindi, Marathi, Gujarati, Tamil, Bengali, and Urdu. And Rotaract has said that they would help us in promoting this app in social media as well. We have contacted all the district governors to help us promote this app, and I have given my services to them to be present at their district conferences to also talk about this app. We thought we would also use several organizations available in India that have mothers programs, the most important being the Tata Memorial Center and the St. Jude's Cancer Care Center for children receiving cancer therapy. They are all accompanied by their mothers, and we hope to use these mothers as a central focus when they go back to their villages so they can talk about this app. We also have made contact with Rotaract clubs in Mumbai, and we have received their agreement to help us promote this app on social media. As I mentioned to you, the app is present in these languages, and I'd like to give you a little taste of how the text and the audio has been renovated to show you how this actually works. There's an embedded video. Could you please start that video? Unfortunately, you can see the text, but you can't read, you can't hear the sound. Could you start the sound?
Are we able to do the movie? No?
Well, I'm sorry that you can't hear that.
किंवा त्यापेक्षा जास्त असल्यास हा चित्रपट पहावा. त्यात तपशीलवार वैद्यकीय माहिती आणि नग्नता आहे.
આ फिल्म જોવા માટે इस फिल्म को देखने के लिए आपकी उम्र 18 या उससे अधिक होनी चाहिए. इसमें व्यापक चिकित्सा जानकारी और नग्नता है. এই ভিডিও দেখার জন্য আপনার বয়স 18 বছর বা তার চেয়ে বেশি হতে হবে. এতে বিস্তারিত মেডিকেল তথ্য ও নগ্নতার ব্যবহার রয়েছে.
तुमचे वय 18 वर्ष किंवा त्यापेक्षा जास्त असल्यास हा चित्रपट पहावा. त्यात तपशीलवार वैद्यकीय माहिती आणि नग्नता आहे.
આ ફિલ્મ જોવા માટે તમારી ઉંમર 18 વર્ષ કે તેથી વધુ હોવી જોઈએ. તેમાં વિગતવાર મેડિકલ માહિતી અને નગ્નતા.
And finally, since this app is dedicated to women, I'd like to show you a clip that we put together for the women of India. Please go ahead.
कुछ पाने की हो आस आस, कोई अरमा हो जो खास खास आशाएं, हर कोशिश में हो बार बार, करे दरियाओं को आर पार आशाएं.
Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen.
So revolutionary, evolutionary at times, innovative, activist, man of the moment, the great Sonam Wangchuk. Let's give him a warm applause before I hand over the stage to him.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, KOCHI and all of you. I bring you warm greetings from an even colder place in Ladakh. Well, people ask me how is the temperature there, and I start by saying it's actually not very cold now, only -12. Yeah? So -12 is what it is now. It goes way beyond to -25 very soon. But I'm really grateful and thankful to all of you for making me feel at home in KOCHI, having to put jackets and so on in with an overly air-conditioned hall. And I think this goes back to the climate crisis that I'll be talking about. I came thinking of basking in the warmth of KOCHI with a single shirt. Little did I know that I have to dress almost like Ladakh, and I see many of you in 3 pieces. This is one of the problems we'll come back to, because every degree we go below what is comfortable, which is around 27 in India, we spend 6% more energy. So if it is 20 now, it's nearly 50%, 40-50% more energy than we need to, because it's so pleasant 27 outside right now. So with that half joke, half truth, I'll bring you to what is happening in the world and what we are seeing in our part of the world. I come from the high Himalayas, where we are seeing the brunt of what is called climate change in real time. So first of all, I thought I should bring home the reality of what is happening so that you understand the gravity and see why we need to change and adapt innovatively, if possible, to the present crisis. Just to get you introduced to where I come from, because it's a very, very different place. No place could be more different than this part of the world. It is more like another planet than a part of the planet Earth. So geographically speaking, it's there, top north of our country. People think it is in the Himalayas, but actually it is across the Himalayas, Trans-Himalayas. So when you are in the Trans-Himalayas, you will see that nature has left us high and dry. Himalayas are lush and green like Kashmir, Shimla, but across it is a very different world. When I open my windows in the morning, it looks more like Mars than Earth. Now, this is not what I see outside my window. It is there just to wake you up. This is actually planet Mars. To give you some benchmark, But what I see is not very different here. You will see it's not so very different except for the beautiful clouds which we happen to have on planet Earth. The rest is very Mars-like, and the little human touch that you see. Like outer space, temperatures go to plus 35 in summers to minus 35 in winters. This is one place, they say, where you could have sunburn and frostbite at the same time, if your head is in the sun and if your feet are in the shade. So that's how space, outer space like it is to be here. And these parts of the world are actually facing climate change in more severe ways. So I'll share just a few things about how we see in Ladakh, and then I'll bring you home to what innovative adaptations we are doing and we all need to do on this planet Earth. What makes this beautiful is those green little patches, the green oasis. That's what a Ladakhi village is. This is one place where nature left us high and dry, but human beings added to the richness of nature. You can see this green is not nature's doing. It's our ancestors who came here and innovatively looked for life. They went beyond, skies. You are blessed with monsoon and so on. We have none of that. Very little snow. Precipitation is just 4 inches, 100 mm. So they went beyond to channelize melting glaciers. The trickle that comes from the glaciers beyond was brought to dry patches of sandy land by carving the rocks, and then magic happens. You have barley, wheat, fruits like apricots, apples, peaches, plums, and so on. And not only have they survived, but a colorful civilization has thrived with its own music, dance, literature, spirituality, and so on. But now we face a huge challenge with climate change, warming up. Our glaciers are melting away very fast. You perhaps hear about them or watch on television, but perhaps you don't know what it does to people in the high Himalayas, and very soon it will have its impacts on rest of the planet and rest of our country definitely, and North India specifically. So this region where I come from hosts most of the world's glaciers and frozen freshwater. After the North and the South Pole, this region is called the third pole, the Hindu Kush Himalayas. Roughly 50,000 glaciers found in this region. This is a picture I just took from the aircraft window, and in one frame there are roughly 10 glaciers. So you can imagine how precious this is for planet Earth. And as they melt, that's when you get all the rivers of North India flowing down to the plains and nourishing life. This part of the planet is said to directly or indirectly support roughly 2 billion people, which is 1/4 of the world's population, depend on the waters from this region directly or indirectly. Now, let's see what's happening to one of these glaciers to bring home the gravity of the situation, and then we'll talk about adaptation and change that we need to see, and change that you all can be part of. So this is one glacier that I used to admire so much as a teenager. It used to be towering height that I would look up like this, drung drung, but today it's a shadow of itself. Every summer it flows down, roaring down like this. That there is the lower end of the glacier, often called snout by geologists, and through the snout you can see the melting glacial water coming down like that. A whole torrent is coming as the planet warms up and summers are hotter. These glaciers are melting and melting big like this. This means a lot of things. Let me share one experience, what it means. In 2006, there was a big flash flood in a village next to our school. And it was devastating. It wiped out many farms, fields, animals, and few homes. Very few such incidents and happened in those days. So I, with my students, went to help them, to volunteer. And while volunteering, curious as I am, I went around asking people, how often does it happen? So I found the oldest person in the village in his 80s, and I asked, sir, how often does this kind of calamity happen? And he said, I don't remember. I have only heard of such flash floods, but I have never seen one in my lifetime. That was 2006. The next one was 2010. When a quarter of Leh city was wiped away and roughly 1,000 people were lost just 4 years later. The next one was 2013. The next one was 2017. And small ones in between. So this is the gravity of the situation for us in high Himalayas. Something that was heard of but not seen by an old man is now every few years. That's how floods are affecting our lives. But what this means also is that it's taking away the water that your children should have had in the next generation, causing flood for us but causing drought for them in the next generation, because these are the glaciers that would have fed the entire North Indian Gangetic plains and Indus plains in Pakistan and so on. It's coming down in a fury that is devastating, and what comes tomorrow will be even more devastating. So we try our bit in Ladakh to adapt, to innovate, to mitigate these. And for the last 35 years at our school, we have been trying to innovate ways to adapt locally. But today we need to adapt and innovate globally. Our little interventions alone will not help, but we have been. So this school that we started to bring reforms in the education system, where failure was a big thing, also tries to prepare young people for the future that is very different from the past. And therefore, this school in the 90s was built with these concerns in mind, and the school is built with natural materials like mud or earth found right under our feet, soil. And it is powered by sun. In a place like Ladakh, which is so cold, we use no energy, fossil or otherwise, to warm it in winters or to even cook. Everything happens with solar energy. This was perhaps the first carbon neutral school anywhere in the world. But that's not the most important issue. We all need to change. So here, students anyway learn by living and experiencing things. I will not go into details of that right now because we don't have much time. So they learn hands-on by solving real-world problems through the education that they are supposed to have in classrooms. Rather, they make the world a classroom and apply what is in the books to solve these problems with solar cooking, solar power, organic gardening, and so on. Now, the campus is fully solar powered. Almost everything happens with sun, which we have in plenty. You have other things. We have sun in plenty. So whether it is cooking with concentrating dishes, or greenhouses producing fresh vegetables, lighting, electricity, water heating, water pumping. Even cows at our campus live in solar heated cow sheds. You know? This gave rise to new innovations in how we build even in the harshest places. Why I'm giving you this example is because if it can be done in such a harsh, remote, forsaken place, it can be done anywhere else to live sustainably. So this gave rise to buildings that have an indoor temperature of +18 when it is outdoors -20 without a drop of oil or a piece of wood or coal or any fossil fuel. And the beauty is that with a little application of physics for the solutions and geography for the orientation, the buildings are coolest in summer and warmest in winter also. Now, sorry. Oh, I'll go back. And now we are extending this technology to the rest of Ladakh, where you know how Ladakh is a heavily militarized place, which means that 100,000 soldiers would be burning oil and fossil fuels to keep themselves warm, as many of them are from warm places like South India, and that causes so much carbon emission. You can't even imagine, million tons of emission in that very fragile region from armies of 3 nations, India, China and Pakistan. So we are now extending actively this technology to the Indian Army, which I must tell you is the most ecologically progressive army among the 3 nations that live here. So these are fully solar heated, carbon neutral shelters that our army now lives in, which are done by us in their collaboration for them. And these, save them all the fossil fuel, carbon emission, indoor air quality and fire accidents. More soldiers actually in that region die of accidental fire than enemy fire. So none of that, and they live warm and happy in those heights. Let me tell you, in these or in our homes where we live in the school, temperatures always remain between 18 and 25. In the coldest winter, at any time it is warmer than in a house in Delhi. And every time I come down to Delhi from Ladakh, I feel cold. That's how you can be if you use a little bit of science and innovation. Similarly, for the shortage of water from melting glaciers, at our school we started working on artificial glaciers. We said our natural ones are melting away, but till they last and there is some flow, let's recreate glaciers ourselves. I won't go into details of the technology, you can watch on YouTube, but this involves refreezing the stream water, which still flows in winter. You would think it freezes, but under the ice, some water still freezes, and we freeze them in shapes of geometry, which the children learn at school, that doesn't melt. Normal ice happens horizontally, flat, and that is exposed to the sun and melts in early spring. But when you use a little geometry which says that certain shapes have very low surface area for the given volume. Shapes like, if you remember your geometry, shapes like spheres, hemispheres or even cones have low surface area. Now why is that important? Because the sun needs surface area to do its act and prematurely melt our ice. But farmers don't care about surface area, they care about volume. So this is a shape that has highest volume, lowest surface area. This is 6 stories tall, holds million liters of water. This was the first pilot. Now there are ones that are 12 stories tall and holds 10 million liters of water. It forms in winter and then because of the shape doesn't melt in March, April, unlike ice on the ground. It stays till June when farmers really need water the most. That's in June when there is no sign of ice anywhere. It slowly melts like a natural glacier, and that water then can be yes, carried with new innovative ways like drip irrigation. So these meet and you have trees blooming in desert that has never seen greenery ever. So this was one prototype where we applied. But these are very small and I'm not proud of them. These little artificial glaciers or the solar power will not change the destiny of the Himalayas and its glaciers. Actually, innovation needs to happen at much larger scale for things to change on this planet. We all have to be engaged in this and confront this reality of the time. Unfortunately, we are not adapting fast enough to what is changing. We think that engineers and technologists will find solutions. The problem is not technological. It is much bigger. It has to do with our outlook to the world, our sensitivity for the future generations, our empathy for fellow, not just humans. So far, it's old-fashioned to think about only fellow humans. All the other beings on this planet have equal right to the planet. We humans actually deserve to be punished for what we are doing, but other beings need not. So we have to extend our sphere of empathy for all beings, plants, animals, birds, bees, insects. Yeah? Therefore, we need to be innovative on another level. Now, you might think some Elon Musk or some other person will come with some technological solution. It's not technological. And human beings have been innovative much bigger than how today's innovators are for a long, long time. You know what I think human beings' biggest innovation? It's not one of these rockets or electric vehicles or any of these. To me, the biggest innovation that human beings made was the concept of God. Now, that needs to be readapted to current times. Why do I think God was the biggest innovation? Long, long ago, when we were hunter-gatherers, early settled farmers maybe, back then there was a huge problem in the world of that time. There was no law, there was no system, might was right. If we have a difference, I could break your skull open if I was stronger, and that was the way. Nobody blinked an eye if I do that. Of course, he's mightier, he would do that, and everybody went around their business. Perhaps that was one of the biggest problems in those times, violence. And perhaps that is why I infer, you look up every religion in the world, they'll talk of ahimsa, non-violence. Non-violence you talk of when there is a lot of violence. Like in COVID or in AIDS, you know the disease by the antibodies that exist. Similarly, I understand from the anti-violence mentioned in all religions that violence was one of the biggest problems. And therefore, to make the strongest brute behave, a concept of something that is way stronger, way mightier, the Almighty, was invented, and it worked. It worked wonderfully. This is the best innovation that I can see as an engineer or scientist. I was looking up for causes of unnatural deaths last year on the internet, and death by physical violence, daggers or guns, was number 26th. What was perhaps the number one killer among people back then, 10,000, 50,000 years ago, has become least important. What were the number 1, 2, 3 of causes of death? It was all to do with environmental or lifestyle related concerns. So things have changed, and therefore religion has to be reinvented, redefined. Perhaps God 2.0 is needed to deal today's problems. We are still stuck in 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, and no wonder young people find not enough interest in churches, temples. If you look at Europe, churches go empty. We can't blame the young. It has to be adapted to current times. If it addressed today's problems, people will flock. But if you talk about peace of the kind that was to do with knife and dagger, which was a problem back then, but not as much today, today's problem is the huge war going on between not nations, but between man and nature. I always say the Third World War is already on between human beings and nature. Already every year, 7 million people die of air pollution alone. With other climate-related deaths, it's 10 million people. You know what 10 million people means? I was thinking, what is this number? How do I fathom? I looked up the biggest deaths and thought of naturally the big wars, the World War I and World War II. And then I figured that together they lasted roughly 10 years and 100 million people died roughly, which makes it how many per year? 10 million. And how many do we lose from environmental and pollution reasons? 10 million. So the scale of death and devastation today from pollution and environmental reasons is the scale of the World War I and II. So therefore, this war is already on, and the answer may not come from solar heated buildings or electric vehicles. The answer has to come from the whole discourse changing. When religious leaders who people listen to, scientists nobody listens to, when they take it into their discourse and make it a priority, and we become once again nature worshippers. The best, I think, in the past was nature worshipping before any religions came. Today again we need that nature worship religion, but maybe approaching from different angles. We don't need to give up our current religions. Perhaps we become an adapted, updated version of Hindu nature worshippers, Muslim nature worshippers, Christian nature worshippers, Buddhist nature worshippers, and that will show us the light. The answer is in living a lifestyle that takes care of our own future and the rest of beings who share this planet with us. The answer perhaps is not in the blind rush for growth and development of the kind we have seen in the last 300 years, which has brought us to this stage. More of that will get us further down. Perhaps the answer in India is in India. What really touches me from Indian traditional wisdom is what Buddha said 2,500 years ago, and I'll leave it with you. 2,500 years ago, he said, success for a human being is not fulfilling 1,000 desires, which seems to be our measure today. Success is how many desires you have fulfilled, cars, houses, clothing and material wealth and so on. So he said success is not the 1,000 desires that you have fulfilled, but it is a bigger success for a human being to eliminate a single desire. That's what needs to guide us, that we consider our success in eliminating desires rather than fulfilling, because it will never end if it is the fulfilling path. But if we eliminate desires, then you are rich without having much. And that's what perhaps needs to guide us in the new times. And that is the kind of innovation we need on this planet, not technological, not innovators of the engineering kind. Thank you very much, and I hope and very much look forward that people like you all who have been doing so much for the world extend your sphere to beyond human beings and beyond current generation and beyond giving to changing the times and our outlook towards life and its future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, wasn't that outstanding? Yes, we are at World War III. Man versus environment, the silent World War III. Solution, God 2.0. Achievable through change of lifestyle. Like Sonam said, we need to change our lifestyle, create a different echo. The echo for every man here or every Rotarian here should be, I love nature. Nature will reply back 3 times, I love you Rotarians, I love you Rotarians, I love you Rotarians for what you do. Let us all give a big warm applause to Sonam. And of course, the Big Mama app. Can you come here, past Governor Bhatnagar? Absolutely outstanding innovation, simplicity in innovation, an app which is going to create and save lives. So thank you so much for that. May I now ask Ravi Sehgal, past governor, to please give a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Kamal. Good afternoon, friends. A wonderful session that we went through. First of all, past District Governor Ajay Bhatnagar, he brought us to this particular app. And imagine if twice the number of Rotarians in the world are diagnosed of cancer. That's how the breast cancer is. 2.3 million women are diagnosed of cancer each year. And imagine if half the Rotarians are wiped out because of cancer. 670,000 women lose their lives because of breast cancer. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think this Dear Mama app is definitely a game changer, and the early detection is the key. May I now request our past RI Director, Kamal Sanghvi, to please present a memento to past District Governor Ajay Bhatnagar for his presentation and the research work that he is involved in. Why don't you also join, sir? May I request Convener, RI Director Anirudh Rai Chaudhary to be with us. Thank you. And now to our keynote speaker of the session, Mr. Sonam Wangchuk. Since yesterday I've been with him, a simple, humble person. In very simple words, he's told us what is needed today. The God 2.0 is, of course, those who understand environment. We need many Sonam Wangchuks today, to really save the world from the kind of environment issues that we have. May I request our past RI Director first to present the memento, the Pride of India Award.
Okay. So RI Director Anirudh presenting the Pride of India and the memento by past RI Director Kamal. And may I also take this opportunity to thank Kamal for this wonderful session and present him a small memento. Thank you, friends. And this ends the plenary session 14. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yet again, we had such wonderful hearings happening here. A couple of more plenary sessions were pending. But before we move on to that, let me make a small announcement to all the leaders who have checked in. They need to really check out from their rooms because the hotel needs to prepare them for the other guests waiting. If we delay the process, probably we'll be charged extra. I hope you understand, and with no offense, please do the needful. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. We move to the next plenary session. Now, this is called Kindle the Spark Within, Diversity in Action. And to take us through the session, may I invite onto the dais Rotary International Director Anirudh Roy Chaudhary, Convener, Rotary Institute 2024. Rotarian Roy Chaudhary. May I invite onto the podium, onto the stage, Rotarian Zainab Patel, Diversity, Equality, Inclusion Leader, India Region, Cummins Incorporated. May we invite on stage Anika Fernando, Group Director, Paradise Road Group of Companies, Srimoy Bhattacharya, Founder. And for the Gratitude, Memento and Pride of India Award, may we welcome on stage past District Governor Manjeet Singh Arora. So that's what you see on your stage. Anika Fernando, Srimoy Bhattacharya. And of course, for the Gratitude, Memento and Pride of India Award, to do the honors after the session, past District Governor Manjeet Singh Arora, can we have you up on stage, please? Rotarian Manjeet Singh Arora. Can someone look for Rotarian Manjeet Singh Arora? Okay, can we? May we request PDG Asha Venugopal to kindly join us up on stage. Past District Governor Asha Venugopal. Thank you.
Friends, we are late, but this session is a very important session and closer to my heart. In fact, we should have this session earlier, but we have so many other speakers were lined up and they had their schedules of flights, so have to postpone this session, one session. And this session is on diversity, equity and inclusion. It is an honor to welcome all of you to this insightful session to kindle the spark within. A panel discussion exploring the theme of diversity in action that we had planned earlier, but keeping in view the paucity of time, we'll just go on to the expression mode of all our erudite speakers present here today. Let me begin with a quote of Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, and I quote, "A diverse mix of voices leads to better discussion, decisions and outcomes for everyone." Diversity is not a checkbox or a corporate buzzword. It's a powerful driver of innovation, creativity and resilience. When people from different backgrounds, perspectives and experiences come together, they bring unique ideas on the table, helping organizations and societies to thrive. This brings us to today's session, Kindle the Spark Within, where we will explore diversity in action. We aim to go beyond definitions of exam, how we can truly live and lead with diversity at the forefront of our actions. I'm thrilled to introduce our panel of discussions today. We have a remarkable three individuals who embody the spirit of diversity and their work in the leadership. The first panelist is Jana Patel, DEIC, leader of Indian region of Cummins. Jana is a trailblazer known for her dedication to creating an inclusive environment that empowers individuals to succeed, regardless to their differences. Let us have a look of Janab's AV, please.
Zainab Patel, India ABO DEIC leader, Cummins Inc. Born in Mumbai, Zainab Patel is a visionary leader and a relentless advocate for transgender rights in India. As one of the petitioners in the historic National Legal Services Authority versus Union India case, which established transgender rights in India, and the marriage equality case, she has boldly championed dignity and equality for the transgender community. In her professional life, Zainab serves as the India ABO DEIC leader at Cummins Inc. Following impactful roles with Prenorica India, KPMG, and the United Nations Development Programme's India office. Beyond her corporate influence, Zainab is a dedicated social entrepreneur. In Mumbai, she founded the Trans Cafe and the Transformation Saloon, two pioneering initiatives that provide employment to 18 trans and non-binary individuals, creating spaces of empowerment and visibility. Recognized as a Kamal Nayan Bajaj Fellow and a member of Aspen Global Leadership Network, Zainab Patel's journey is one of courage, transformative leadership, and an unwavering commitment to advancing social change in India.
May I now request Jana onto the podium, please, to express her thoughts, please. Or you can speak from there.
So in interest of time and all of your patience, and because we are the only people standing between you and that lovely lunch out there, so I'm going to start by just one thing. And I was hearing all the eloquent speakers today talk about their experience, and I was thinking, what is that one witty one-liner that I can probably think of? And we heard about apps, we heard about innovation, we heard about diplomacy. And I just kept thinking that while others, and I'm not, I don't mean in any way the work that we've done, but while others are trying to, create apps, Rotary is basically in the business of creating hope, because I don't think there is any download for dignity. And what we do to our work is to ensure that dignity is the strongest pillar of every intervention that we do. I must tell you, if that was not very apparent from the very introduction, I'm a transgender person. Many years ago, when people came to know about my identity, my own family disowned me. I was virtually on the street, no shame in admitting that I begged for survival. There was a time when I had to even sell my body to make 2 ends meet. And then someone told me that the most important gift that you can give yourself is the gift of dignity to education. So pursue your education, try to make it worthwhile, and things will change. So I dropped out of St. Andrews College, went to Bharati Vidya Bhavan, finished my Bachelor in Management Studies, and then had to leave because I was already on the street and begging for survival. Some of my relatives saw me and they actually went to my parents and they said that, please ask this person to leave the city. We don't want to be seen with people of these kinds. And then I made a journey. I moved out of Mumbai to a totally different city, Faizabad, and I completed my education, MBA through distance education. And the clerk who was filling the form says that, "Abhi tum log bhi MBA karoge, tumko to taali bajana hai." I said, "Kya pata mere MBA hone ke baad aap mere liye taali bajao."
Oh, wonderful.
And वो तालियों का सिलसिला उसके बाद कभी खत्म ही नहीं हुआ. From there I came back and a very humble job in a very small NGO, earning 2,450 rupees a month, where I worked with women in sex work, truck drivers, migrant laborers. You know, when I see people on the top, often we speak from an element of experience. But my experience did not come from the MBA. It did not come from Maslow's theory. It did not come from any management background. What it did come is from the interaction that I had with people. From there, I went on to work with another NGO, then with the government of Maharashtra. I served like Sashi in the morning with the UN for 11 years, seen the good, bad, and ugly of politics, was there in UPA 1, entire UPA 2, initial years of NDA 1, and then went on to be a policy analyst for human rights and worked with the entire Southeast Asia. That means every commitment that the government made on ending violence against women, on protection of child rights, on the universal periodic review, we were helping those governments formulate the process. I left all of that to focus on business and human rights. I did that for 11 odd years. In the 25 years of my career, I'm a very young person and I started off very young because I couldn't afford to wait any longer. I then took a leap of faith and joined the private sector and started campaigning for inclusion. But something told me within myself that, and this was especially post-COVID because I lost everyone in COVID. All of my friends, 90% of them died because they did not either have access to medication, they did not have access to human support, they did not have access to emotional support, and most important, they did not have companionship. And that made me sit back and think that, can I start a social venture which actually changes people's life, not only by bringing trans people like me to the mainstream, but gives them a life of dignity. Dignity would mean different things for different types of people. I'm not here to decode what dignity means for everyone. So when people on the streets would tell us, "Aap log kuch alag kyun nahi karte?" I said, "Okay, theek hai." And my business idea was very simple. You may come to my shop, to my cafe to eat 1 meal out of charity, 2 meals out of charity. So I priced my very humble thali at 80 rupees, is one of the cheapest in Mumbai. 5 minutes and your stomach knows that the food is good. 1 minute and your wallet knows that the food is going to be good throughout. And it takes just half of a fraction of a second for your mind to tell you that this is the place that I want to go. So while people here talk about emotive appeals and all kinds of advocacy, I do mainstreaming through food. And that was the first initiative that Rotary came and helped me with to kind of build people. So I then took it. Today, I must very proudly say that the number is not 18, it's now close to 30 people who I employ. So we are the first transgender Section 8 company to get recognized as Startup India certification, not registration. I'm not talking about registration. We are a GST enabled company. We filed 2 years of income tax return. We are paying TDS to the value of about ₹1 lakh a month to the government. We are contributing to make India great. We are uplifting our fellow people. And we are not here to tell, from job seekers on the street to becoming job creators, that is the magic of Rotary. In his governorship year, Sandeep met with me, and irrespective of what he saw, he put me in front and said, these are the certain things. And through him and to the Rotary Club of Bombay, we started a salon. Now, this salon is not probably the first salon in Mumbai that is catered by the LGBT community or in India, but it is one of the biggest, the best, and the most branded one. So if you're ever in Mumbai, look up the Transformation Salon, come and visit us, and you will get transformed not only externally, internally as well. And I must leave you all with one message. And that message is, like for example, when I was in the cab and I thought about what is that one message that I will leave Rotarians with before I go. And I wrote it down, when I was coming. I love to write. I think that's one thing that I've learned is to write. You will often be in conflict because of the situation that is around you. World wars, threat, terrorism, communalism, lack of development funds. And sometimes if you get out on the wrong side of the bed, you might question yourself, is Rotary or the work that I do in Rotary really relevant? And my answer to you for that is, Rotary will always continue to be relevant because its foundation is built on timeless principles that transcend change. So when in a world where technology is evolving at a lightning speed and societal norms shift constantly, the core values of Rotary, service above self, fellowship, and integrity will always remain unwavering. And most importantly, Rotary is relevant not because we work with the government, we work with the civil society. It is relevant because we work with people. It just doesn't respond to change, it drives it. So whether it is working with a community that has always been marginalized and living on the fringes of society, imagine it took 75 years of India's independence to come up with the first startup that hires that many people. Today we are into individual catering, corporate catering. We take care of 500 meals a day at Axis Bank, and as we speak, we are expanding our footprint in the food industry to 3 more corporates and 6 more shops. So for me, it empowers, and this is happening because people like you in the audience continue to believe and they will drive change. So for me, inspire your communities. Who knows a Zainab Patel is waiting. Be bold, be visible, and be heard. Don't let your own perception about what an identity can limit a person to do, believe what an identity can unlimit a person to do. I used my identity to prove a point that we are not only add-ons, we are not here to seek space at the table because we are left out. We are here to seek space at the table because we are your equals. Give us an opportunity and see how we change the world, like how Sonam mentioned before. Rotary is not about diversity and equity and inclusion only. It is about driving social change, and we are the best change makers this century has seen. Thank you.
Wow. What a wonderful presentation it has been. Will you please join your hands once again? Leadership through inclusion. And what she said is, Rotary is a business of creating hope. And of course, Rotary is always be there for everyone. Thank you, Jana, for the wonderful presentation we are given. And we believe in inclusion, diversity, and inclusion. And that's why our vision statement, if you go through the vision statement, you'll see what a profound worded vision statement it is. Together it's a world where people take action to create a lasting change. So together is a togetherness with all the world people. They want to have the fold of Rotary. So Thank you so much for giving a wonderful presentation. Now, I'll now request, can I have an AV for Anika Fernando? Anika Fernando, Director of Paradise Group of Companies. Anika has demonstrated how diversity fuels creativity and innovation, leveraging it to build thriving businesses and teams. So, can I have the introduction, please?
Anika Fernando, Director, Paradise Road Group of Companies, Principal Interior Designer, Anika Fernando Design Founder, Creative Director, Mass Director, Founder PR Concept Store. Anika Fernando is a distinguished interior designer and entrepreneur based in Colombo, Sri Lanka, with over 20 years of experience. She studied interior design at RMIT University, Melbourne, and sharpened her skills at Hare & Klin in Sydney, working on prestigious residential projects. In 2013, Anika founded PR Concept Store, a curated space for Sri Lankan and Indian fashion, later expanding with a new store in Golf Fort in 2023. As the designer behind Moss, her fashion label, and principal interior designer at Anika Fernando Design, she has left a mark on both residential and hospitality design. Anika is also overseeing the completion of the Paradise Road's new flagship store in December 2024, set to be the hub for retail, dining and culture.
I now invite Anika to park. Wanted to say from there or come into the front also? Or Simoy also you wanted to join? Sure, I will be in
Okay, fine.
Carry on.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome.
So first of all, thank you for your warm welcome today. It's been a very inspiring morning for all of us. And I have to tell you that this is, I'll speak for myself, my first introduction to the Rotary's work. And you should give yourself a big tali for all the work that you are doing.
Absolutely.
Really. It's a pleasure to be here. And we are going to now talk a little bit about how design and culture can also help foster peace and cultural exchange and build empathy between two nations. Now, many of you, I'm sure, have gone to Sri Lanka. Many of you know your neighbor. But how we build these bridges has also magic in it. And Anika is going to share a little bit about that with us.
Yeah, well, I feel completely overshadowed, I have to say, from our little island that I hail from. To me, art and design, and it's field that I have grown up in, and it's the area of my career. Art and design is a form of cultural exchange. To me, and often the creators thereof, art and design is storytelling and a form of expression. Sri Lankan artists paint of their experiences, environment, state of affairs, political ideologies, and it might sound simplistic, but these are very simple cultural exchanges between the provider and the person on the other side. The receiver or the observer or the follower has a choice in how they carry that story forward or accept it. And art and design often can say what cannot or will not be said in textbooks. I do think it should be easier with India and Sri Lanka. We share so many common challenges with cultural diversity, religion, culture, language. Our stories are relevant to one another, same, but different. I myself feel a bit of an example of cultural diversity. My mother was Dutch, Danish, Austrian. My father is Sri Lankan. My first husband and the father of my 16-year-old is Indian. My current husband is Sri Lankan burger, which, to those of you who don't know, is actually a result of colonized Sri Lanka. So a bit of Dutch, Portuguese or British heritage. And so therefore my son is half Indian and half all that is me. I have a grandmother, my grandmother's cousin, I think, married a South Indian, and I also have cousins with Tamil surnames. So I often feel quite conflicted in my own who am I and what that means and what I bring to the table. And in Sri Lanka, having grown up through the 80s and the Civil War, we carry with us a very dark period, which I think can very honestly taint the empathy for our nation because of how we have treated parts of our population. And therefore, my generation, Generation X, I think it is, I think whatever we do in art and design ends up, I think we have a responsibility to convey a message of healing. And I feel it very strongly through what I do in design, through what my sister does in art, is basically storytelling, irrelevant of the background of the designers we represent, the creative people from what ethnicity or religion they come from, and by telling stories. And there are two designers, well, a designer and an artist I would like to mention as a sort of study. And one is one of Sri Lanka's foremost artists, Chandragupta Tenora, who my sister represents in her gallery space. And every year he holds an exhibition called Black July, and it is a reminder of the riots that our country experienced in 1983, where Tamils were brutally murdered. And every year there is an exhibition which reminds us of what happened, not brushes it under a rug. It makes us talk about it. It starts conversations. That's how bridges are built. Another example is a young designer I work with. She's also an artist. She paints and translates these stories to canvas and then to fabric, which becomes garments. And when I first met her many years ago and I wanted to work with her, she said she was not ready. And last year, I went for an exhibition that a very dear friend of mine who has been involved in post-war developmental work had curated on a marginalized community in Sri Lanka, the Malaya Tamils. And these are Indian Tamils who live in Sri Lanka, who came to the tea country 200 years ago as slaves, being promised a life, a better life. And they did not. They were not given a better life. They were treated as slaves, and it's only in 2006 that they were actually, India and Sri Lanka could decide whether they were still Indian or whether they were Sri Lankan. And I had been for this exhibition and I learned of this community, and I was ashamed of myself that I had no idea. Living in Sri Lanka all my life, I had no idea about this community. And when I met this designer, I said, okay, great collection, we need to do more. And I found out that she was from this community, and she herself felt the courage to produce a whole collection based on her storyline. And I sell her dresses in my store, and everyone looks at them and says, oh, they're so beautiful. And then you pull out the skirt and you say, can you see the line rooms and the tea country? And the person has a choice. I mean, you look at art and design first because it's beautiful, it appeals to you, it's pretty. But as I say, the person on the other side has a choice whether to carry that story forward. That's what excites me about art and design. It can be through food, it can be through a painting, it can be through a garment. And yeah, I think.
So clearly your practice at many levels is influenced by this wish to convey this message of peace across all the work that you do. And that's the layer in your work. Would you say that?
I will definitely. I just think it's not even in the choice of my work. I think it's as a human responsibility. And to be honest, as a mother of a child who has heritage in both countries, I say this again, I think it's our past that taints the empathy that can often... Sri Lanka has had a crazy past. Just in my lifetime, what we have lived through. And I do wish, I mean, my ties with India are strong. I always tell my son, I say, you know, I consider myself half Indian because you are. I have to be. So I think that's just a responsibility.
That's a wonderful thing to share. And you are more than half Indian. Do you think that there's a lot more that we could do to harness the soft power of design and culture as a point of exchange?
Look, I think we should make it easier. They say there's a free trade agreement, for example, between, I mean, I know India doesn't need our little island, but our island, I think, is you have numbers that we don't have. Our island has been through a lot. I think we could benefit a lot through what India offers. And I know that, you know, the Indians who come over to Sri Lanka, who seek what we do that is different, and what our island offers is always welcomed greatly in India.
What advice, Annika, would you give to emerging artists or designers who may have the same belief as you and who would seek to engage in cross-cultural collaborations with this value?
I meet young designers, emerging graduates weekly. It's mentoring young designers is something I do a lot. I think the one thing I always tell young people now who are very hungry to own a brand or to be a brand is to shove that all aside. It's not the point. I think it's about being true to yourself. I think many people have said that today. And knowing what you do, knowing your strengths and your weaknesses, whether it's in design or in any field really, being responsible human beings. And I think that, you know, growing up, I very often felt very conflicted in my own identity. When I lived in Australia or in Europe, am I white or am I black? And then when I was in Sri Lanka, very often people would say to me, oh, but you don't look Sri Lankan. Mm-hmm. So, okay, I'm not Sri Lankan. And I think as I matured, I felt incredible strength as a result of my mixed heritage. And I feel that puts me in a position to just be responsible. I don't think it has anything to do with art and design and building brands or all that. It's about being empathetic towards one another, and that's what we lack the world through.
That's so true. And, you know, speaking of inclusion, and that'll be my last question, do you think that you have faced any adversity for being a woman in all the work and the various activities that you've carried through?
Adversity, I don't know. I think, look, challenges for sure. I guess it's the same thing. In interior design, for sure. Very often being of Asian blood and possibly looking younger than I am has often put me in a challenge in interior design, being the only female on the construction site. Sitting at a corporate meeting, I've stayed away from corporate interiors as a result, perhaps, for sure. But it also empowers me, and my workforce is mostly female. I'm also very proudly have a transgender individual in my team. We are, we are an all-female, powerful group of designers, and I think the adversity, I think that togetherness empowers us.
Well, and a great ambassador to the world. So thank you, Anika.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani and Anika. Now, what are three individual, they're successful entrepreneur in their own rights, and they are fighting all the odds. So, I now request past governor, our past, that. Asha Venugopal, please express your gratitude to all of them.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, like they say, you leave the best for last. And I think we've had a great session with three women on stage who have really spoken very well. And I would like to thank Zainab Patel for the wonderful work that she is doing. And I request Rotary International Director Anurad Roy Chaudhary to please present her with the Pride of India Award. Come on, guys, I'm sure we can give them a better applause. I would also request her to hand over the memento, and I would request Anika, Fernando and Srimoy to join them.
Thank you so much. Such wonderfully powered women on stage. That was really, really inspiring. And I think they deserve another round of applause, louder than you make it. With this, we are entering into our closing session for the day. Let me please invite Past District Governor John Daniel, Chairman Rotary Institute 2024, to make a closing remark.
Good afternoon, dear friends. I know most of you have gone, since you are having your flight early, you would have left. What a fantastic time we had at the Institute. Thank you all. Yes, all great adventures must come to a close. And so we find ourselves at the end of this amazing journey. A very sincere thank you to each one of you for your unwavering encouragement and appreciation. Team KOCHI has truly burned the midnight oil to make this experience live up to your high expectations. Dear convener of the Rotary Institute KOCHI, RI Director Anirudh Roy Chowdhury, RI President Stephanie Erchik, the esteemed Rotary senior leadership, distinguished guests, Rotarians and cherished friends. Let's take a moment to express our gratitude to the Almighty for orchestrating such beautiful weather that allowed us to enjoy. We hope the Rotary Institute KOCHI truly embodied our motto, discover, elevate and inspire. We trust that you discovered new friendships and ideas, formed unforgettable experiences in our stunning city of KOCHI, elevated your thoughts and dedication to Rotary, and found inspiration to create an even greater impact in our world. Can you believe the vibrant days we have spent together? December 6th, 7th and 8th were not just about celebrating our organization's incredible achievements, but also about embracing the rich tapestry of Kerala's cultural heritage. A place that has welcomed you all with open arms, joyous traditions, and a dazzling array of artistic expressions. We kicked off our gathering with an empowering service project providing 119 auto rickshaws to economically challenged women, sparking their journey toward empowerment and economic stability. And who could forget the enchanting keynote address from the magical RI President, Stephanie Erchik. She captivated us with her deep insight, challenging us to think critically about the future of our initiatives. We were lucky to host a spectacular lineup of distinguished speakers from both within and beyond the Rotary family, ensuring a brilliant exchange of ideas, inspiration, and top-notch entertainment, truly the hallmark of this institute. One of the standout moments was the exhilarating snakeboat race and carnival. What a vibrant celebration of teamwork and unity. This unforgettable event, if you're clapping, you can clap well. This unforgettable event allowed us to let loose, bond, and reflect on all the invaluable lessons we learned together. As we draw the curtain on the Rotary Institute KOCHI 2024, my heart bursts with gratitude and pride as I think about the incredible journey we shared. For Meera and me, this experience has been nothing short of exhilarating. We have traveled this path supported by a fantastic team of devoted Rotary leaders who made the KOCHI Institute a reality. Thank you all for being the pillars of support. Your presence, warmth, and love have uplifted us. I apologize for not naming everyone, but each of you, including our generous patrons and special invitees, have lifted the burdens off our shoulders. Still, it will be ungrateful not to mention a few key people. A huge thank you to our convener, RI Director Anirudh Roy Chowdhury and Shipra Madam for their endless support and guidance and efforts. I must acknowledge beloved Shegarda and Dashi Madam for crafting the program structure alongside URID Kamal Sangvi and Dr. Mahesh Kodbagi, ensuring every detail was perfect. My right-hand man, Secretary Jose Chaku, Co-Chair Madhav Chandran, Joint Chair Raj Mohan Nair, stood by us through thick and thin. Especially over the past 1.5 months, a big shout out to Treasurer B.M. Shivraj, Debashish Mishra, Challa Raghavendra for seamlessly handling our financial crisis and needs. Let's not forget the powerhouse effort of past District Governor Babu Mon, Tia Vijaykumar, Kuriyachan, Shirish Keshavan, Rajashekar Srinivasan, Tikku, A.V. Padi, Karthikeyan, Muthu Palaniappan, Gopalakrishnan, Sandeep Agarwala, and those hardworking folks behind the scenes, Suresh Matthew, DGN Krishnanji Nair, and Chandrababu Kalidas. And of course, our dynamic duo, Narendra Rao and Rotarian Arvind, alongside Santosh of the Shekinah events, as well as Naufal from AM events. I want to extend a heartfelt acknowledgement to the dedicated Rotarian officials, volunteers and organizers whose commitment has been the heartbeat of this gathering. Your tireless efforts and enthusiasm have transformed this event into something truly unforgettable. We are immensely grateful for your selfless service. And finally, my wife Meera. Thank you for everything you have done for me and your outstanding contributions. As the Rotary Institute Chief Coordinator, you have been phenomenal, Meera. As we cherish these memories, let's return to our lives and answer our personal calls, both for work and service. As we wrap up this incredible institute, let's carry us our Rotary's core values and keep the spirit of service above self. Thank you for being an integral part of this extraordinary adventure. Let's march forward hand in hand, united in our resolve to make a meaningful difference in the world around us, reflecting the true essence of Rotary in every endeavor we embrace. Wishing you all a happy journey back home, and thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Truly, what an inspiring and what an emotional closing. Yes, he owes a standing ovation, definitely. All of your, Meera, you can recognize yourself. That hug means a lot. Wonderful, wonderful moments. So now we move on to, may I invite Stephanie Urchik, President Rotary International, to make her closing remarks.
Before our President comes in, there is an announcement. Al Mahadar Press, please come in. This is a peace initiative from Zone 4, 5, 6, and 7, which is coming up. And for that, I'll request from this District 3191 and 92, please come in and make this announcement as well. Rajinder also, please come in.
Good afternoon, Namaskar. On behalf of District 3191 and 92 and the district governors of current district governors of 4, 5, 6, 7, I would like to just take 3-4 minutes of yours. In fact, just a background on this project. Most of our districts, we have been doing a lot of service projects, especially from 3191 and 92. We have been doing service projects worth 80 crores, 100 crores, and some districts are doing around 25-30 crores also. But we are not focusing on the peace and conflict, one of the main avenues of service. So with this intention, our senior PDGs from both the districts, 91, 92, and all the district governors of, the current district governors of zone 4, 5, 6, 7, would like all of you to please participate in the Peace and Conflict project that's happening in the month of March 22nd, 23rd at Bangalore. The South Asia International Peace Conference. It's a 9-nation conference. Yesterday evening, we got the confirmation of the Sri Lankan Health Minister and the Environment Minister confirmed their participation in this event. We'll also have a lot of senior leaders and experts in this line, in the peace. Now, from this conference, we are touching upon only 2 issues, that is health and environment. So experts in these 2 fields will be addressing this conference. We'll have a lot of senior dignitaries attending this conference. And our Ricky Cage, the Grammy Award winner, is going to be our brand ambassador for this. And he is also going to perform the peace music during the conference. This will be held on 22nd and 23rd of March at KTPO, Bangalore. So the registration charges, we have kept it very nominal. It is around 3,000 rupees for Rotarians, and for Rotaractors, it is 1,500 for Rotaractors. And the stay has to be arranged, and we will take care of all the stay, starting from 3,000 rupees per room to almost 30,000 rupees. Will take care. That will be taken care by the district, 3191 and 92. I request the support from each and every Rotarian for this cause, which is going to be a very important cause, especially for Rotary. I request every Rotarian to please recommend this and have more subscriptions coming in from all the districts, registration from all the districts. With these words, so with this, I thank Aniruddha and Raju for giving us this opportunity, and I also thank all my co-district governors for participating in this as the organizing committee members. Thank you so much.
My dear family of Rotary, when I came on stage on Friday after our opening entertainment, I used one word to describe how I was feeling, and that word is the same word that I'm going to use right now at the close of this institute. Wow! We have heard so much in 3 days. Membership, public image, transformation, peace, diversity, equity, inclusion, the Rotary Foundation. We have covered many, many topics. And you know, when institutes happen anywhere around the world, it's an opportunity for past, present, and future leaders to come together to learn more, to form connections, to enjoy each other, and to share ideas. And that's certainly what has happened here. I don't know if you know how you got a Rotary International president to be with you. I don't know if you know what happens. I know President nominee Sanku understands. Sometime early in the year, when you are president-elect, you receive a copy of where all the institutes will happen in the world. And as president-elect, you get to choose where you want to go. And then what is left over is given to the president nominee for his or her calendar. So I want you to know I chose India. So the future of our organization lies before us like a chapter that needs to be written in a book. And so all of you who participated in this amazing weekend, past, present, and future leaders, are the ones who will begin to write the chapter as soon as you return home. And the one thing I want you to do is to take the excitement that you have felt during this weekend back to your club. Unfortunately, I know that some of you will go back to your club and your members will not be as excited as you. And I say, keep being excited. Keep sharing everything that you've learned. Be at the forefront of transformation. Help your club become simply irresistible. There are many thank yous. Of course, I want to say a special thank you to the convener and co-convener, Directors Anirudh and Director Raju. And a special thank you to Dr. John Daniel. What wonderful work you've done putting this all together. And if you haven't looked at the back of your program, there are 19 pages of people who helped to put this event on. So I hope that when you see them, you will give them a thank you. 19 pages of people. I also want to say a very special thank you to my aide, Asha, who was tremendous. She helped me get everywhere I needed to be when I needed to be there. Thank you so much, dear Asha. Tremendous job. And my final message to you is one that I share each time I've had an opportunity to be at an institute. I think many of you know that my natural family is very small. I have one brother. That's it. So when I addressed you as my family of Rotary, I am really saying that you have become my family, and I thank you so much for accepting me as your family. In the English language, past, present, and future refer to tense in grammar. Something happened in the past, something happens in the present, and something will happen in the future. So it's a measure of time. And it's now time for me to say, not goodbye, but until I see you again. Stay well, my friends, and keep showing the world the magic of Rotary. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear. Thank you so much. We are going to miss you. Oh.
Hello. It happens only in Rotary. See that power of emotions that service and fellowship brings to us. I'm sure each and every one of you there are reliving those moments, and they'll keep coming back for a long, long time. Thank you so much, all of you. May I now call upon Rotary International Director Anirudh Roy Chaudhary, convener Rotary Institute 2024, to make his closing remarks.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon to all of you. This is the last speech I'm giving from this podium today. And within a few minutes of time, we will adjourn the KOCHI Institute 2020-24 of Rotary International Zone 4, 5, 6, and 7. Friends, as we come to the end of this incredible journey, let me ask you, how many of you feel inspired by the stories you heard and over the few days? And how many of you leave here with new ideas buzzing in your minds, reading and ready to bring them to life in your own clubs and communities? That's the energy I'm talking about, the energy of Rotary in action. Every session we attended, every speaker we listened, and every Rotarian we connected has contributed to the magic of this institute. What is your favorite moment? Perhaps it is a powerful keynote, a thought-provoking panel discussion, and casual chat over coffee where you made your new friends. Whatever it was, those moments were not only enriched, but also planted seeds of change that we carry forward. This KOCHI Institute has been more than just an event. It has been a celebration of who we are as a Rotarian, and we have seen also the diversity in action come live in the ideas, initiatives, and solutions we have shared. And together we have reaffirmed that our strength lies not just in our numbers, but in the diversity of thought, culture, and action and that binds us together. Now, as we prepare to take all this back to our homes and clubs, let us not forget the people who have made this experience is seamless. The team behind the scenes, the organizer, the volunteer, the support staff have worked tirelessly to make everything perfect for us. Let us give all of them a big hand and a round of applause as we invite here to share some moments of appreciation with them. I now call upon the chairman of this Rotary Institute KOCHI 2020-24, John, Daniel, and Meera John, on to the stage, please. John and Meera, you have been the architect of this institute, and my wife Shipra joins me in appreciation of the hard work you have rendered for the last 6 months, putting everything together. The most importantly, the chief coordinator, Meera John, she have been excellent, I can tell you, phenomenal. With your support, this work would not have been possible. Thank you once again. Be on to stage. Now I'll request another 2 architects of this. This is George Chaco and his gracious wife. Please go on to the stage, please. Josh and Rosemary, you both have been a solid pillar for this institute. And co-chair Madhav and Sujata Chandran. Sujata and Madhav, not only in the learning facilitators, as the facilitators and the general facilitators for our partners program, and she has been handling the venue management, technology committee, so many committees she has been handling. A small token of appreciation. Friends, now I would like to extend our thanks to all the chief counselors, the senior leaders of all the 4 zones, 4, 5, 6, and 7, all the past RI presidents. They have been our chief counselor of this institute, and all the past directors. They are the counselors and the advisors. And for that, I think we have with us today now, Kamal and Sonal. Where is the Kamal and Sonal? And especially Dr. Mahesh Kotbagi Amita, the general trainer. Where is the Mahesh? And Amita. Thank you, dear, for your tremendous support and making this learning seminar a great experience for all of us. I now request all the sergeant-at-arms, will you please come on to the stage, please? All the sergeant-at-arms, please join your hands, please. Our Chief Sergeant-at-Arms is Babu Joseph, Joint Chief Sergeant-at-Arms P.C. Arakal, and where is our Gorish? Where is the Gorish? Gorish is there. Joint Chief Sergeant-at-Arms Gorish Dhan. All the Sergeant-at-Arms, thank you so much. Yeah. Now I request another Rotarian, Narendra Rao, please, where you are. Narendra, please come. He's the man who is controlling the entire from the console, and he has been one of the greatest supporter of this Rotary Institute. Right from the day of launch of this institute, he has been not only this providing all the statistics, keeping all the software components, putting together, is a great help for all of us. Now, registration committee, Kuriachan, past governor, Kuriachan, please come on to the stage, please. Please come to all of. Okay. Accommodation committee chair, Sirish Keshavan. Are you there, Sirish? Host, then logistic chair, Rajmohan Nair. Gift and recognition, Rajshekharan Srinivasan. VIP hospitality, Ashish Ajmera, A.M. Bani. Venu management, Lakka Raju Satyanaran, Tikko. Technology we have already covered, but Swati Harkal, she is left now by the time. Sandeep Agarwal, the man who has conceptualized the entire program. Sandeep, please come on to the stage, Sandeep. How many times we have revised the program, Sandeep? You have to bear with me here. Thank you once again, Sandeep. Please be here. Vice Chair Muthu Palaniappan. Muthu he is a multitasker. How many committees he has managed from there, and most importantly, he was looking after the fund committee, fund management committee, and 3 other committees. Thank you, Muthu, for your great support. Our treasurer, Chilla Raghavan, where you are, Chilla Raghavan, Dr. Ajay Kumar, our medical committee chairman, Dr. Ajay Agrawal, and the joint treasurer, Chilla Raghavan. Now I request RIPN, thank you, will you please come onto the stage? Chairman, Publication Committee, H.R. Anand. Anand, please. Devashish Mishra, Chairman, Finance Committee, Devashish Mishra. I've seen Devashish. Reception Committee Chair, T.R. Vijay Kumar. Where is Vijay? Vijay Kumar must be here. Vijay Kumar. Stage Management Committee Chair C.R. Chandrabab and Krishnan Nair. Chandrabab and Krishnan Nair, please. The host organizing committee, from the host organizing committee, chairman for the program, Suresh Matthew. Suresh, left Suresh. From all the aides present here, please. All the aides present here, will you please come on to the stage, please? Asha ji. Asha Venugopal, Babu Mohan, please come. Stall committees, KOCHI, Saju Peter, all the aides please come on to the stage, please. Joshi, I think most of our other committee members, possibly they have left because their flight, they have already taken their flights. So we have discussed this matter last night, and we'll send this, all the recognition to their respective home addresses, because program was a bit delayed. And now I now call upon John. Any other check? Have you left anything so that Suresh is gone. Please, Jigesh Narayanan and Arvind. Yeah, Jigesh, please. Yeah, Jigesh. And Arvindan. I also now call upon our MCs, Namrata, as well as Biplab. Biplab, where you are? Biplab, please be. Now call upon Jojo JK, please come on. Jojo, yeah, please. So friends, I will extending the gratitude to all the patrons who have supported us to make this institute one of the memorable one. Most of them, they have possibly have left, but I find few of them still there. Ramesh, you can come. Ramesh. I also call Santosh of Sakina Events, please. Santosh Egade from Sakina Events. Please come on. Make it fast. From Novel, are you there? Novel. Wait, Santosh. Make it fast, Santosh. Come with him. Dr. George. Dr. G.A. George. I also call upon, I find two chairmen still there. Chairman, Promotion Committee, Rajani Mukherjee, please. And Chairman of Findings, Angshuman Bandopadhyay. Alex Kochi and Jay Kumar, please. Alex Kochi and Jay Kumar. Be there. Alex Kochi. Go there.
My brother Vijay Kumar, R. Vijay Kumar, are you there? Vijay Kumar, please come. Sudhir Devarajan, Rajan, yes.
I'm I'm also recognizing the organizers of District T201 and T211, all of the Rotarians who have supported externally. I'm just recognizing their support.
Vinod Gangadharan,
Let's complete.
Vinod, Vibin, Ranjit, Shah Sridharan, Shyam,
Yeah, so make it. Make it fast. Okay, should I? JP Ramachandran, please. No. JP Ramachandran, JK Ramachandran.
PDG KP Ramachandran Nair.
JP, is there? Friends, we have a last item, which is the last dance performance. Before that, I would like to final, okay? Put this one, put this one. friends, finally, our world leader, Stephanie Wangchuk, she has made it possible here, despite of the fact that she was traveling all the 9 institutes she had covered. That is the 10th institute she is covering. I know under what stress and compulsion she had. Here she had made it. From my heart, I would like to put my gratitude, appreciation, everything for having come here, highlighting the spirit of all the Rotarians. And I think the success of this institute has been possible due to your presence. I'm truly indebted for you. Thank you so much for having come here, along with our all directors, and we could not make it, John, this time, but the support from the South Asia office, acknowledged with thanks, with gratitude to all of them. We have with us the Vasarai presidents still there. Thank you, Shekhar Sankurashi, for your guidance and support, what you have extended to all of us to make it happen and successful. And of course, all our past directors and all our friends present here today. With this note, I now adjourn the Joan Institute of 4, 5, 6, and 7 to close.
Thank you.
Announce, yeah.
Thank you so much. I won't take extra moment beyond this, because there is something that we start needs to end. We started inviting God to come with blessings to us for this event, and the way this has been so successful, it is time to show our gratitude to God by a closure, a finale dance by Sri Nandi and her troupe from 3141. She is a Rotarian, she comes back again, and here she is dedicating the melodies of devotional song to mark a closure to this event. Thank you. Some moments of token of appreciation coming to Thank you so much, all of you all. And may I request all of you all to be seated back in the audience. And we have our Rotarian, Sri Nandi, and her troop Rotarians and artists from District 3142. Making their presence. Truly from the heart, the dancers are waiting to perform. Can we have you all seated in the audience, please?
തിക്കനൽ നെഞ്ചിനകത്ത് പടർന്ന് പിടിച്ചത് പടപൊരുതുവാൻ വേറി പിടിച്ചു തിക്കടലിളകി വരുന്നത് പോലെ മരവിച്ചു തുടങ്ങും നെഞ്ചി തടകിൽ ഒട്ടിപ്പിടിച്ചത് പോലെ ഭയം അത് മാഞ്ഞു പോകെ ആത്മാവിൻ പഴുതിലൂടെ തളരുകിൽ ഒരു ശകലവും ഇനി പതറുകിൽ ഒരു ചുവടിലും തീയിൽ വാർത്തെടുത്തു വെച്ച ആയുധത്തിന്റെ മൂർച്ചയുടെ വാക്കിലും ഇന്നു നാലു ദിക്കിലും ഇരുൾ നിറഞ്ഞുവെങ്കിലും ഒരു താൻ തുടങ്ങി പരാജിതൻ ഇനിയാവുകില്ല ഒരിക്കലും.
শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে, যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে, তবে একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো রে, তবে একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো একলা চলো রে.
Almost see it, that dream I'm dreaming, but there's a voice inside my head saying you'll never reach it. Every step I'm taking, Every move I make feels lost with no direction. My faith is shaken, but I gotta keep trying. Gotta keep my head held high. There's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move. Always gonna be an uphill battle. Sometimes I'm gonna have to lose. It ain't about how fast I get there. Ain't about what's waiting on the other side. It's the climb. महक जाऊं मैं आज तो ऐसे फूल बगिया में महके है जैसे बादलों की मैं ओढ़ूं चुनरिया झूम जाऊं मैं बन के बाहरिया अपनी चोटी में बांध लूं दुनिया दिल है छोटा सा छोटी सी आशा मस्ती भरे मन